Hello everyone and welcome to the BCS NA 1v1, and this is a bittersweet one for me because this is going to be the last BCS of the season, but it is also the last BCS before BCX. I am Duke Designated Agent, and with me as always is my co-host, the one and only
Sparky878.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right today. Everything is gonna kind of be somewhat solidified, at least in the North America scene, from here on out in the next week. This is gonna kind of set the stage for half of the big boys going into BCX next week.
I mean, for real, like, coming into this, there's a strong argument to be made that the winner of this, and potentially even like some like the second or third placers, are gonna take some big spots in BCX next week. There's a very strong argument that the winner of this could potentially take BCX next week. I think it's going to be very interesting to see if the people who have been consistently placing top are going to remain at the top, or are we going to be starting to see some of these pillars crumble. I mean, you and I have talked about players like the Kingdom Esports guys, Blood Diamond, Noel, Compute, Burnt Pan. They've been climbing and clawing their way up. And do you think they've reached the top? Do you think that they're getting up there yet?
I think they're getting close. I don't think we're gonna see specifically from Blood Diamond. I think he's now become the stronger 1v1 player between the two. I don't think we're gonna see as much from him today as we normally see from Blood Diamond and Noel in 2v2, specifically because he is a US West player who typically has, according to him, 120 plus ping on US East, that's one of the reasons we don't see a lot of him in the 1v1 scene, because every single tournament other than the US West qualifier is played on US East servers. I think we're going to see a better placing from him at BCX than you'd expect based on his 1v1 placings previously.
I mean, that's you make a very valid point. BCX it's going to be a LAN. It's going to be awesome. There's going to be zero ping. I saw you tweet earlier that you're so excited for the LAN ping. It's going to be really interesting at BCX to see how much that ping really makes a difference. Are players like, Egg Soup, who's had consistently impressive plays. He has relatively low ping, but what happens when that ping is zero? Things like that are going to be really exciting to see. But today's BCS, we do have ping here, and it's going to be interesting to see how well people can play with that ping and how many people can kind of really solidify their placement, solidify their showing, and be like, hey, I'm here to win this week, and I'm gonna for sure win next week in BCX.
I know EU would probably beg to differ on what I'm about to say, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw our top 3 or 4 today being in top 8 pretty confidently next week coming into BCX. The top 3 that you see this week are really the ones you need to be looking at for your top 8 placing next week.
I don't think EU would have much room to argue with that, because essentially...
Oh no, I guarantee you, especially Daiku, is everybody over there is going to be like, no, top 8, all EU, we play more optimally, blah, blah, blah.
I guess we have to get an EU person on the line, because I think it'd be hard to argue that at least one of them is not going to get top 8, but it's really going to be interesting to see how many people can kind of prove, hey, I win in my region, but I can also win against the top of the world. I mean, that's kind of the biggest spotlight is on those people who are in kind of those regions that we don't get to see a lot. The Kyler Alice's, the Tigers, the Kreutzes of the world. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually stack up. How they're the representative of, SEA, Australia, Brazil. How do they stack up against the NA Titans, the EU Titans that we see all the time?
I wouldn't be 100% surprised, though, as we just said, I wouldn't be 100% surprised if we just completely go the opposite of what we just say, and if we saw some upsets today. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jellyfish play reasonably well today. I know that he's having some computer hardware issues right now, so he might be playing at a friend's house, so that might help his usual internet issues. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were some upsets. We've seen Qatars have a really, really strong position, and we haven't really had a North American 1v1 with the Qatars being in kind of the favorable spot that they are in quite a while.
Yeah, that's kind of been a big thing about NA, is that they haven't really favored the Qatars a whole lot. But before we get on too many tangents about BCX, I know you're excited about BCX. I'm super excited about BCX, and I cannot express how much I want to just be there and be doing, like, I wish this whole entire week was us being at BCX, watching fantastic LAN gameplay and screaming about it. But we have to get through today, and today's BCS, today's NA, today is the final stepping stone on the path to BCX, and we are gonna start it off with an interesting game. We're going to be seeing Lobo of I'm Nene Esports versus Lacuna Sasuke.
If that is a reference to the Nene dance, A, that's spelled incredibly wrong. It is, if I'm not mistaken, N-A-E.
How do you spell
Nene? N-A-E, N-A-E. And also, that is a, oof. I hope that he's keeping up with the meta more than he is keeping up with popular hip-hop dances, because that's a very old dance.
No, it's one of those ones that it never goes out of style, right? It's like the cha-cha slide, Soulja Boy's Superman. You know, I'm out of song references that never got but you know, it's still around, all right?
It really isn't. I'm just gonna tell you you're wrong there. But I don't know much about Lobo. It looks like he's locking in the Scarlet. That's something we don't really tend to see that in North America very much.
Yeah, the Scarlet is generally more popular on the EU side. I mean, I'm specifically talking about LANs. There is only a handful of Scarlet players in general, and it's going to be interesting to see Lobo playing the Scarlet. He's not even of the clans, what is it, Salty Scarlets? You know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea who that clan is.
There's like a clan of like specifically Scarlet players, and Lobo's like, I'm not part of that clan. I'm just going to go ahead and win. But he did have the diamond border, so I've got some confidence in my boy Lobo. But he's also going to be going up against Sasuke, and with a name like Sasuke, he's got to be running that Kitsune Hattori. He's got to be going for the full anime style character, and we're going to be seeing some spear and lance. What do you think of this matchup real quick?
If Lobo can stay on Sasuke and really use those chase dodge follow-ups, really use the Scarlet sidelight neutral sig true combo to just kind of stay in Sasuke's face the entire time, I like this matchup for Lobo. Otherwise, if he lets Sasuke build space when he wants space, get close when he wants to get close, I don't like the matchup.
I mean, that's 100% what Sasuke is like trying to do, though. With a character like Hattori, you want to control the pacing. You want to be able to determine where exactly you want to fight and at all times. And it's be on Lobo to really rein in Sasuke, push that 8 force that is going to be destroying stocks of Sasuke, and just not let him control the pace of the game.
Ooh,
Nice
there's
punish.
a nice side sig there. I think that's the longest side signature. I think that Scarlet's is
Of the lance side 6 specifically,
yes,
right?
covers the most lateral distance left and right.
But now we're seeing Lobo, he's switching to the hammer. He had some success with the lance. Personally, I like the hammer more. I think Lobo is having a lot stronger showing with the hammer. He got a solid string there, couldn't quite close it out, and was looking for that recovery. But he has just so much optionry on this offstage play with this hammer. You've got a lot of vertical movement, those recoveries, those ground pounds, those dares, and Sasuke is playing it fantastically. He's going at the angles. He's getting those dares at an angle where the recovery can't quite catch it if Lobos isn't playing it correctly.
You didn't see Lobos waiting though. A lot of hammer players, you'll see them wait for the other person to initiate with a ground pound with those unarmed dares coming in at that angle and coming down straight on top of them, and then they'll use that to base their timing for the hammer recovery. That's what Lobo wasn't doing. He was kind of tunnel visioning, and he really wanted to get back a little bit quicker than he needed to when he could have had some serious punish opportunities.
But on the other side, he comes back, picks up a lance, and he just had some fantastic plays with those lance recoveries. He was getting some big reads. Sasuke kind of panicking in his own right. We saw Lobo panicking, like, you know, panic hammer recoveries. Same rebuttal as Sasuke was panicking on his way back down, and Lobo was getting some fantastic recovery reads with that.
That's what you have to be really careful of is when you're recovering, you have to vary it up. You can't just move to the right, move to the left. Try to use your dodge maybe last, because with that 8 force, with those high force recoveries from that lance, you can read very, very solidly, very reliably with that lance recovery. And
it's just some solid reads from Lobo. It was very clean. and he's like a full stock up against Sasuke. Sasuke, he's got the sword now. We haven't really seen a whole lot from his sword play. He got some downlight neutral sigs, and he's not going aggressive with this. He's the Hattori. He's the 8 movement speed character. They're known for running around the map, and he just let Lobos recover for free.
I think he might just be a little bit scared right now. He is starting to get into that orange and getting close to red. Maybe he's just a little bit afraid of that 8 force when he's almost a stock behind. He's waiting for opportunities just like that, where he can pop back, hit that down signature, and hoping Lobo thinks he's going to come in and punish, but that down signature is so tough to punish. You see players falling into that all the time.
But he had fantastic offstage play. Like, those dares were just completely destroying Lobo when Lobo was on the hammer. And it's interesting to see Sasuke. I understand he's low health. He's got 5 defense against an 8 force character. He can get deleted relatively quickly, but it's Hattori. You kind of have to shake it off and go super aggressive and just stay right outside those hitboxes. And he's doing a great job now with these fantastic dares. Lobo finally adjusts with a great low to the ground nair, but Sasuke has to be a little bit more aggressive.
And you're seeing him start to be more aggressive. You're seeing him throw out those neutral signatures. I don't want to see him doing that quite yet.
Woo!
There's one. Finally, I didn't think that was going to kill.
I agree. Lobo was like kind of in the orange. I thought Sasuke was going to need maybe another slide charge neutral sig. We see that a whole lot. But it looked like he had built up just barely enough damage that at that angle it was going to finish off Sasuke, and that is a fantastic turnaround for Lobo, or sorry, for Sasuke.
But we are going to be going into the next game. That is a nice first game for Sasuke. I don't know exactly what their seeds were going into this game, if that is a surprise or not at all. It looks like they're reasonably close. Looks like 27 to 38 seeds. So this should be going, if seeding is any indication, it should be going in Lobo's favor.
You know, there's an argument to be made at those seeds. It's 100% based off of their elo. So the argument is that Lobo has just kind of won more consistently on the ranked ladder. But maybe Sasuke is not a ranked monster. Maybe he's been in the lab, playing in training room, playing in those custom lobbies, and that's where he's really been bringing it out.
Now we're going to be getting into this game. Took a little bit longer than normal on that banning phase. We're not going to see any character swaps coming out. Still sticking with this Scarlet, still sticking with this Hattori. If Sasuke can just kind of do what he did the latter half of last game, vary his approaches from being 100% aggressive, 100% defensive, do maybe a little bit of a binary, a little bit of a blending between those two, and those hits from Lobo may not chunk as much as often.
But it's really going to be on Lobo to clean up the stocks as well. He had Sasuke on his last stock for a reasonably long time in that last game, but he just couldn't quite close it out, and he gave Sasuke time to come back, kind of really take control of the pacing. That's what we talked about very early on, is that Sasuke is going to try to dictate the pacing, and we saw towards the end of it, he slowed down the pacing so that he could really just do exactly what he wanted, and he closed it out.
And you saw him doing that just on the edge over there as Lobo was stuck on that soft platform. You saw Sasuke, he didn't aggress over there. He could have taken a side air that could have sent him to the left, so he's just staying on the hard platform, throwing out those Sayers as Lobo tried to get back, throwing out those side lights as Lobo tried to get back.
And I like to see Lobo switch it up. I think he had a little bit better of a lance play. His hammer, I like the hammer. I think it's a fantastic weapon. It's just Lobo seems a little bit awkward with it. He's not getting those big strings. He's not really staying grounded, going for those quick startup neutral lights, the fantastic downlight combos. Instead, he's kind of just been getting spaced out by Sasuke with that spear. And the second he picks up a lance, he gets the kill, but he's going to throw it away for the hammer again. I'd like to see him stick with the lance.
He's not playing hammer the way you see a lot of players playing hammer today. Where
what? Hello? Oh, what was that?
Was that a misinput where a ground pound came out instead of a recovery?
Well, I didn't quite catch it, but I swear Sasuke just spawned, walked over the edge, tried to ground pound on top of Lobo, and then didn't jump afterwards.
I have no idea what happened, but it looks like Sasuke is trying to regain control again. We're seeing him go back a little bit earlier to what he was doing earlier, where he's just really wants stage control. He wants stage control. He wants center of the map control. He's not going too hard for the edge guards, which I think he could afford to do right now. Lance doesn't have the strongest offstage or edge guard play, so I think he could be a little bit more aggressive with those spear edge guards.
I mean, like, he should be stuffing those Lance recoveries. Stuffing it is an instant kill. We saw Lobo kind of charge one up. He's doing a great job of charging it very late, close to the wall, to make it very difficult for Sasuke to stuff it. But at the same time, if Sasuke can manage it, if he can catch Lobo mid-recovery, that's going to be an instant kill. But a great read from Lobo. Gets a fantastic gravity cancel neutral sig to take down Sasuke's stock. And I think Sasuke is going to have to keep better track of his jumps.
I don't know what went through Sasuke's mind at the moment. I'm glad that it didn't really affect his actual move play later on. It looks like he was able to brush it off, which shows some mental strength there, shows control over his emotions. I'm glad that he did that, but if he could just not die in the first place, that would be even better.
That's one of the major tenets of a fantastic Brawlhalla player is not dying, I believe. I think that's like one of the first 3 rules. Can we get as part of the creator round to give me the rule book?
3, 2, 1.
I know there are rules in the BCS Discord. I don't think that's one of them. I don't really subscribe to that rule. I just try to kill faster than I die.
All right, and that's definitely one of the strategies, and I believe that's a strategy that Sasuke should be going for with that move speed. But we saw him pick up the first weapon, and he was trying to pressure Lobo, but it wasn't. It was wonky pressure. It wasn't normal sword pressure. It was a lot of these dares. You've seen him throw out a lot of sword dares, but when Lobo's above you, when Lobo's in the air, Sword Sair and Sword Nair are great options. We've seen Twilight show how fantastic an option Sword Sair is. I like to see Sasuke kind of mix it up with those aerial options.
He's starting to really play with the spacing on Lobo right now. Just in sheer numbers alone, Lobo is going to have the range on Sasuke against the sword. Even somewhat against the spear, especially with that hammer, with that lance. But if Sasuke is able to play on that boundary, he's able to use that move speed to stay in and out of the active hitbox zone. But he doesn't get that edge guard there. He's doing a great job with his spacing, though.
He went for the toss into the jump ground pound. There's basically 2 ways to do that. You can do the toss into a just straight ground pound or a toss into a jump ground pound. The toss jump ground pound is expecting them to dodge the toss. But Lobos got caught by it. Sasuke used the toss to stuff the lance recovery, and in that situation, you want to go for the straight ground pound. That would have been a clean kill for Sasuke, but just a slight misinput. But he cleans it up. He gets a nice side air, and it's okay.
He only went from orange to red. If he can keep Lobo off a weapon, which he looks like he's 100% trying to do right now, because Lobo does have the option of true combos with signatures, with the lance and with the hammer, or he can just do one without having to worry about doing the sideline.
I think Sasuke's got to be wary of being above Lobo. Lobo's done a fantastic job. Every single time Sasuke goes too high, we saw those lance recoveries, we saw that gravity cancel neutral sig. Lobo manages to control the airspace above him in ways that I wouldn't generally expect. A lot of times, Lance doesn't have the strongest anti-vertical moves aside from just like Nair, but Lobo's making it work.
That's where Sasuke needs to play on that boundary. He needs to stay just outside of the boundary of that Nair to bait Lobo into the Nair, and then that is an easy punish. Nair is not the most difficult move to punish out there. It has a reasonable hitbox, but once that it's past you around the circle of its travel, that's a free punish for you. It's easy to punish with Dare. You can even punish it with a ground pound every now and then. Weapon throws, anything.
But have we seen Lobo do a lot of Nairs? We've seen maybe 2 so far. He did a sidelight Nair and then just a raw Nair. It seems like Lobo's predominantly looking for those recoveries, which is where Sasuke should be looking for those stuffing options. Looking for either take it and then punish where Lobos is off stage. Oh, that was not that. You stuffed that wrong right there. He just took that raw to the face, and he actually got the hitboxing wrong where the lance hit him, but he couldn't at least clash it out.
That's where you need to be really careful when you want to stuff. You said it's a guaranteed kill sometimes. But against an offstage character, that's a lot of damage coming out that if they have a dodge and they're able to get back, you've taken that damage, and it hasn't really been for free like you might have thought. So you need to be very careful if you're going to try and punish those. I would prefer, on average, punish them with a weapon toss into some unarmed, pick up the weapon, and keep going.
Right, absolutely. Get that weapon toss into a clean ground pound. The weapon toss is guaranteed when they're charging up that lance recovery. You know, they're stuck in that recovery. They can't dodge out of it. And then when they're in the movement, they cannot dodge out of the movement either. You get a free weapon toss and you get the free follow-up ground pound as long as you don't jump afterwards. Here's his opportunity.
There it is.
No jump. Great adjustment from Sasuke.
That is 100% what we just described. Sasuke, my man, might be listening, but Lobo, the huge damage you're able to put out as Scarlet, the huge force that you're able to have with Scarlet's lance and with Scarlet's hammer is just absolutely oppressive.
I feel like we didn't talk enough about Lobo. We were busy thinking about all the ways Sasuke could adjust, but Lobo, he just had clean lance play. Not the strongest hammer play. We didn't see a whole lot, but when he had that lance, he was an absolute monster. He had fantastic recoveries. Sasuke wasn't really sure what to do. We saw him start to adjust towards the end of it with that weapon toss ground pound, but Lobo, that was it was just so solid lance play that it just like went past me and I didn't recognize it.
He does need to stick to that lance a little bit more if we're going to see him later on. And as he moves on through the bracket, he's not really playing hammer like the good hammer players are playing it today, where they use those chase dodge follow-ups, those speed dodge follow-ups to completely stay on you the entire time. That's the way like Boomy plays hammer now. When I was just scrimming him last night, he is able to stay on you so much with that hammer. His movement is absolutely absurd with that hammer. And it doesn't look like Lobo really has that in his toolkit mechanically yet, or just in his regular play. So I really want to see him stick with that lance, because he did just have solid, clean lance play.
Keep that in mind if you're going to be fighting him later on, that maybe his hammer's a little weak, but his lance play was super clean, and it's fantastic stuff. We're going to be seeing him on later in the bracket, but for now we're going to be continuing on to see Arkin versus Nova Narwhal. And you were just talking about some Qatar stuff earlier. Do you think we're going to be seeing Qatars out of Arkin?
I'm not sure. That's kind of the weird thing with Lucian lately. Back in the day, we didn't see a lot of Qatar play from Lucian. If people were playing Lucian, it was mostly for the guns. Looking at you, Memoria, looking at you, Ender, looking at you, also Flex, same person. Even with the Nexus, he was mostly a gun Lucian player, if I'm not mistaken. We've also seen gun Lucian players nowadays. We have Boomy plays a lot of guns when he plays Lucian. Pugsy played guns when he played Lucian. But then we also have the other side, the complete opposite, where they tend to focus on Qatars.
Yeah, I think for the longest time, Lucian Qatar players got such a bad rap for being very sig heavy. You know, a lot of times, like you were talking about, where they predominantly like the guns, when they had Qatars, it was throw signatures out, put out these big hitboxes. It comes out pretty fast. They've got pretty great hitboxing. And then the second there's a gun, you throw away the Qatars, go back to the guns. It is going to be interesting to see if Arkin switches to those Qatars. But on the other side, he's going up against a Bryn. X, notorious for being a tough matchup for Qatars. Spear, just a fantastic overall weapon. And Spear Nair is arguably better than Qatar Nair in a lot of situations. It is going to be interesting to see if Arkin even touches the Qatars, or if he's going to go 110% gun, dare, recovery, damage.
I don't see the Axe Qatar matchup being that difficult for Qatars anymore, especially with the speed dodge in, with those iframes. Every single grounded Qatar move comes out in 5 frames. So you are able to completely approach safely, get through everything that Bryn's Axe has, that Bryn's Spear has, and you're able to put out hitboxes very, very safely.
Don't get me started on iframes, but Nova Narwhal, I feel like he doesn't know what weapon he wants to use. We saw him, he had the axe, did some axe stuff, threw it away. He had the spear, did some spear stuff, threw it away. And now Arkin, he's just baiting on the right wall, guns on the wall, not generally the strongest weapon, but Arkin seems to want to be playing off stage. This is something you usually see with like gauntlets, where you can go for nair ground pound. This is something you see with Qatars and bow, where you can get those Sair dares. But Arkin's gonna try to do it with guns?
Though it's not working for him so far. He needs to be really, really careful, unless he just 100% has something in mind that he has practiced over and over and over. I never want to be on the wall against an axe. I never want to be on the wall against a spear.
I mean, it's just gun aerial kit is not the strongest on the wall, but Nova Narwhal not going to be phased by it. I know a lot of people when they're in their ranked games or whatnot, they see their opponent go to the wall and then they get kind of stressed. They're like, come back up here, I want to fight you in the neutral. Nova Narwhal, he says, I've been throwing all game, I'm going to keep that momentum going, and he's just doing a fantastic job with these throws, putting pressure out on Arkin. And Arkin really doesn't know what to do about it.
He was beating him on the wall. Now Nova Narwhal is also beating him on stage. It looks like Arkin is one of the Lucian gun mains. We saw him doing some pivots earlier. We saw some X pivots. Those that gun tech really coming out. I think he's a gun player.
I think he is, but like we were saying, guns not the strongest on the wall. In fact, guns are generally stronger in the neutral, playing it out on the platform, using that horizontal space. But it seems like Arkin is a little worried. Maybe this Bryn pick is something that Arkin has struggled with in the past, but he just seems a little bit lost right now on where exactly he should be positioning against Nova Narwhal.
It looks like he's just going for these really, really hard reads right now. He's trying to hit these turnaround signatures. There's another turnaround signature, and Nova Narwhal is just not having any of it. Narwhal almost completely a stock up, just dominating Arkin with hitboxes, unarmed, axe, spear, everywhere.
But Nova Narwhal is also doing a great job of almost completely denying weaponry from Arkin. There is, despite the fact that Arkin has been predominantly using guns, there is a very slim chance that Arkin is actually a Qatar main and just hasn't had the opportunity to get started with his Qatars. Every time he's gotten his Qatars, he's in the red, about to get taken down by Nova Narwhal, and we see it once again. Nova Narwhal just punches him in the back of the head, sends him to his death, and Nova Narwhal is looking at a 3-stock off of weapon tosses and edge guarding and almost got a fantastic gimp, couldn't quite close it out.
And he's just still going back to this wall. He finally hits that neutral sig. He's going to dance it back and forth a little bit. This game should be more even. The seeding is C29 for Nova Narwhal to C36 from Arkin. This shouldn't be as much of a dominant game for Nova Narwhal as it is right now.
I mean, it's really on Arkin to step it up. Nova Narwhal, I don't want to discount what he's been doing. He's done some fantastic stuff, not getting phased by some of the goofiness of Arkin. But Nova Narwhal's kind of just gone for standard axe and spear stuff, a little bit weapon toss centric, but it seems to be partly an adjustment to Arkin's playstyle of that, like, that wall loving kind of playstyle. And it's going to be on Arkin to adjust to Nova Narwhal with these weapon tosses. Use those dodge-ins, use those iframes that we were talking about, and punish the weapon tosses. The second Nova Narwhal throws out the weapon, then you're in, you're free. It's Qatars versus unarmed, and that's a good matchup for Qatars.
With these weapon tosses, though, Nova Narwhal is just able to do that for absolute free. Arkin is not contesting him on stage at all. So every single weapon that is spawning, Nova Narwhal has stage control, Nova Narwhal has weapon control, and he is able to do just that. Throw everything in the kitchen sink for absolute free.
That was rough. He got hit by, what was that, 4 weapon tosses and finished off with a ground pound. Arkin's kind of letting Nova Narwhal run away with it. He's letting Nova Narwhal just throw weapons everywhere that he wants to and really just dictate everything. Arkin went to the right side wall, and sure, you get a little bit of comfort, a little bit of breathing room when you're on those walls, but at the same time, that gives Nova Narwhal free reign to pick up all of the weapons and throw them off the map. Arkin, I'd like to see him play a little bit more neutral, a little bit more on the platform, on the stage, fight it out in the neutral, use those speed dodge iframes to get in on top of Nova Narwhal.
Nova had the stage control that then gave him weapon control, that then gave him control on the side with those weapon tosses. He was able to do that completely safe. Qatars have a great edge guard game, but if you are not physically down there, he cannot kill you. If all you're doing is throwing weapons down there, he has nothing to hit. So he just has to dodge around all of those weapon tosses, blow his dodge, blow his jump, blow his recovery, and then it's just free. You cannot give up stage control because right now that is 100% centric to how Nova Narwhal is countering Arkin.
And it seems like Arkin's going to make an adjustment. He's going to be switching to the Scarlet. Do you think Scarlet has a strong neutral game, strong stage presence? Sure, she's got slightly larger hitboxes with those lances and the hammers, but there's strong potential for Arkin to just go back to the wall with that hammer, fish for recoveries and ground pounds.
Not knowing anything really about Arkin other than what we saw last game. Okay. The Scarlet pick, this is the best pick I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, I can't argue with the results speak for themselves. Clearly, Scarlet is the answer. Something I didn't think about is yeah, we've been talking about Nova Narwhal, who plays. He's going a little bit throw heavy in last game. Who else is known for having some pretty solid throw hitboxes? Scarlet, Lance, and Hammer both have relatively large hitboxes when thrown, and there's potential for Arkin to kind of fight fire with fire if he wants to go down that path. But it looks like he's just going to be playing it out with this Lance versus Nova Narwhal.
He's using this momentum to really stay on to Nova Narwhal. He's kind of using, I guess, the Qatar mindset that he has from Lucian to stay on Nova the entire time. He's moving, he's staying on him for a second, then he's backing off, letting Nova throw something out so Arkin can then punish.
And it's interesting that Nova Narwhal hasn't gone back to throws. Great ground pound. That was fantastic option coverage. He threw the Lance outward. I was talking about a huge hitbox. Well, it covers one spot. Arkin covered the other with his body with that ground pound, and it ends up being the ground pound that closes out the stock. And Nova Narwhal is looking to get 3 stock now, a complete reversal from game 1.
That first death from Nova was tough. That had to affect him at least a little bit, but then the second stock, Arkin still just completely dominated him as well.
Apparently the Scarlet was the right pick. I don't like how much Arkin has kind of been on the wall. That time he was forced off the stage due to a big hit from Nova Narwhal, but Arkin is kind of going back to his roots with this wall play, and that's where Nova Narwhal really took control. If Arkin isn't careful, there's potential for Nova Narwhal to close out this stock and take out a couple more.
Now we're seeing those edge guards coming in from Nova. There's the weapon he's able to throw. Arkin, it is an unarmed play. Nova is going to go back onto the stage. He's going to get that stage control like we saw him do before. And there was just a big signature from Arkin that completely missed. Nova coming in with that neutral light punish. He has a lot of ground to make up.
Arkin's still going for those huge pivot reads. I think he's expecting Nova Narwhal to dodge through, but if Nova Narwhal just kind of recognizes that Arkin is going for these big like dodge forward and then pivot heavy of some sort, Nova can outspace it by just being behind it and get some free damage that'll turn into free kills. But he's got to do it quick because he's got what is it, 2 stocks, 3 stocks to close out. I don't know if you want to count this one as a stock he has to close out because Arkin is pretty close to dead, but Nova does have to hit something.
I'm going to go ahead and count it because he hasn't been able to take it from Arkin yet. There have been no serious kill moves. Finally, that recovery is able to take out Arkin, but Arkin is in a very, very solid spot. We're seeing a little bit better hammer play coming out from him. We're seeing a lot of pivots, though. We aren't just seeing the standard speed dodge into a stomp, speed dodge into a neutral light. We're seeing pivot signatures, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, that seems to be Arkin's kind of signature kit is go for those pivots. There's a pivot neutral sig from Arkin, but once again, Nova needs to adjust to it. He needs to recognize what is happening with Arkin with these 6. Again, he hits a Sair and then he turns around for a pivot neutral sig. That is going to be evening it up 1-to-1. Not a lot of damage.
Some of that is going to be because Nova basically threw away his first stock completely, but the second stock, that's just very efficient from Arkin. That's where just the way he plays is going to come into play there, and also just the 8 force that Scarlet has. She's able to get those kills earlier. She doesn't have to put out as much damage, but also he was choosing kill moves. He was prioritizing those kill moves toward the end. That's why you saw him kill with that Sair when he was in kill range. He wasn't going for those a stomp into anything. He wasn't going for the hammer throws, the hammer neutral lights. When it was kill time, he was using kill moves.
Speaking of kill moves, Vrax?
I didn't even see it.
Arkin's picking up the Vrax. He's gonna have potential for the same Lance play that he had with that Scarlet. I mean, obviously it's not exactly the same, but he's gonna have those options for those pivot neutral sigs. Pivot neutral sigs, it's gonna be strong. It does hit grounded. It's got fantastic damage. And he's gonna have a gun kit, which we didn't see a lot of in game 1. But what it really has to come down to is Arkin has to stay on stage. He's got to play it out in the neutral because that's where he had the most success. And Nova Narwhal has to not lose his first stock to whatever happened.
1, brawl.
He's moving into less and less defense territory, though. He started... I just completely blanked. Who did he start with?
Lucian.
He started with Lucian.
So he started with the Lucian defense. Now he's Vrax.
Yeah, then he went to the Scarlet defense. Now he's in Vrax with 4 defense. So he needs to be very careful. This axe is going to chunk him away. He needs to be careful of the spear too. If he picks up too many hits from Nova, if Nova's able to do those neutral lights, chase dodge side light, anything like that, he needs to be careful.
Arkin though, he's sticking to that play style, and I really want to see Nova Narwhal recognize that and start to adjust. I understand it's hard to do that when you're in game, to recognize what your opponent's habits are. But if he's got a coach, if he's got someone in his ear who can just be like, yo, Nova Narwhal, this is what's happening, it's gonna improve his punish options so much, and he's gonna get so much damage out onto Arkin.
Arkin does have high DPS options now with those guns. We're seeing that nice neutral signature. That's the first one that he threw out. We saw him miss so many of those Lucian neutral signatures. Kind of similar signatures, but I guess he's able to do it better with Vrax.
I mean, the key factor is A, Vrax has 8 dexterity, so it's got a little bit less recovery and cooldown on moves, and B, he's not getting punished for it. He gets away with it for free, and so he gets to keep continuing on with that play style. He's going onto the wall, and this is one of those situations where I actually like the aggression. Nova Narwhal was in a little bit of trouble, a little bit of panic, and Arkin was able to put out some solid damage just from Nova trying to recover.
Why didn't we see this gunplay from him the first game?
Because it wasn't pressure gunplay. It was more of a bait-centric kind of, like, I'm going to be on the wall before you, try to get you over here, and then I'll do it. Whereas this time, he knocks Nova off the stage, then he goes for that aggressive gunplay, and then you see him have success with it. And now we're seeing the lance play come out, can't quite continue the gimp with the dare, but he's zooming all over Nova, and Nova Narwhal might be tilting.
He's able to keep up so much of his momentum with this, even getting the almost fully charged down signature. That is every Vax player's dream right there.
Where was the dare? That is like Axe 101 is the Axe dare. That was a perfect opportunity. Arkin was stuck in the startup of his down sig, and Nova, just a little bit of panic maybe, just couldn't quite get the dare, and he got caught by the full down sig.
There's another big neutral signature. That's like 40 damage coming out.
Oh!
What?
Player 2.
Okay.
Where was that Arkin in game 1?
TWK? Okay, Arkin. It seemed like it was a little bit of a ramp. He had to get on course, had to find his momentum, but once he picked it up, he got the pacing and he ended up closing it out. That was some solid Vrax play, to say the least, and that is it's gonna be interesting to see if he's gonna require that ramp every single set. Hopefully he'll just go straight into the Vrax from now on. He clearly had much more success with that Vrax, but solid play, solid gun play, solid lance play, some big lance play, nice, you know, side light into Sayer dare. He was looking for those gimps, but that was good stuff.
His gunplay was really, really solid too, and it's not just because of the 8 dex, because it wasn't like the low recovery was letting him use moves that were missing so that he could bait out and then punish. He was just initiating with straight moves, and it doesn't matter how much dex you have, every light attack is going to come out in the exact same number of frames, regardless of if you're Lucian, if you're Vrax, even if you're Barraza. But he was just so much more accurate with those guns. He was keeping his momentum up with the guns. He was able to use them in the air, on the ground, on the side of the stage. Just keep that gunplay up.
Well, it was also like a playstyle thing. He stayed on the stage, and the only times he went off stage were to put pressure out on a Nova Narwhal when Nova Narwhal was already off stage and he was looking for some edgeguard stuff, and he got fantastic damage out of every single one of those edgeguard plays. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he goes and continues on with that Vrax play. But we are gonna be continuing on. We're gonna be seeing Post Up versus Noel. We've talked about Noel, but we haven't said a lot about Post Up. What do you want to say about Post Up?
I actually don't know that much about Post Up. He started to gain a little bit of favor and find success in the tournament scene. As of recently, I don't even really know who he plays that much.
It's been kind of whoever has guitars. That's kind of been what stood out to me from Post Up. He has fantastic guitar reads. So he'll do like a neutral light, and then he'll wait. And he'll wait to see what his opponent does, and then you'll start to see him adjust, and then slowly he'll kind of download what his opponent does, and you'll see him go for neutral light. He'll wait for the opponent to dodge, then he'll come up with a gravity cancel neutral sig or something, and it really starts to pick up pace as the set goes on. But he does like to mix it up. He's got a Surrey, he's got an Ember, I think I've seen him play Queen Eye at one point or another, but it's predominantly been Qatar play from him.
But speaking of Qatar play, we've now seen Noel start to shift from the Koji. We've seen a lot of Koji from him in 1v1 and 2v2, but he's actually like just recently really switched to the Asuri. And I don't know if that's just because generally Asuri's come back into the meta. We did see some bow nerfs in the last like major balance patch before BCX, but
oh, there's the Asuri.
We're having an Asuri mirror match here, and I'm certain there's going to be a lot of Qatars here. There's going to be a lot of sword here.
You know, I was talking about post up. I was talking about his Qatar play. But if you look at the levels, Noel does have higher, has more experience, like just raw experience on the Asuri. So it is going to be interesting to see, is post up with his just raw Qatar knowledge going to win out over Noel, who has recently transitioned, like you were saying, towards the Asuri.
3, 2.
I think it's just going to be who has a better mastery with the character and with the weapons right now. And honestly, it's going to be very close. Was there a mess up in the stage banning? I don't know exactly what happened, but Noel is immediately SDing. We're probably going to see a remake of this game, possibly on a different stage. But this game could be extremely, extremely close. I think Noel is the stronger, just raw 1v1 player in terms of experience, and he has the slightly higher Asuri.
Well, here's the thing. Sure, Noel's got stronger 1v1 play. Sure, post up might potentially have stronger Qatar play, but they're playing the same character, Asuri. They both have sword and Qatar, and I would say that Noel has a stronger sword play. Noel, he played Koji for centuries almost. He's been playing Koji for an incredibly long time. And sword has potential to space out the Qatars. We were talking about the iframes on the Qatars. Sure, it's got the iframes so that all of its moves come out because the 5-frame startup, blah blah blah. But sword also has a 5-frame startup on that neutralite, but the neutralite has more range. There's potential for Noel to match dodges with post up, and they're both going to come out at the same speed, but the sword's going to outrange it.
I think both of them are going to be solid in the neutral game. I think it might come down to the offstage play, the edge guard game, who can comfortably maneuver around safely and put out pressure.
Well, we're gonna find out who can put out the pressure as Noel gets a great startup. He's gonna put out enough damage on the post up that post up's already looking in the yellow. And we're seeing a lot of movement, not a whole lot of moves getting thrown out. They're both kind of dancing near each other. That's something that's very common with, you know, Qatar and bow players. Noel, he played Koji, he's had the bow in his kit, is they like to stay like just on the periphery of hitboxes and wait for their proper opportunity to start their big strip. Oh, that stock went by real fast. Noel, he just had solid sword play, but now we're seeing him switch to the Qatars. Post up, he's got a sword in his hand, and post up, we didn't see a lot of punishes. We saw like on the right side, Noel, he was kind of playing floaty, jumping around, and then suddenly Noel was just back in on the stage, whereas post up was kind of struggling against it. But we are coming back. They're both in the red. Noel, once again, he's got the sword, and I really think if Noel can just stick with the sword against the Qatar play from post up, he's gonna have a whole lot more success. Great downlight side air. He completely spaced it out perfectly. Got the great start up post up. He made that look easy.
He just completely waited for him to get back to the stage so he could hit that easy downlight side air. He didn't take any risks in the air. He is in the red, so a rest there with the ground pound could have taken him out. He just played that very, very safely.
It's great patience from Noel. He's not going over aggressive like I was saying earlier on. He was kind of waiting for the proper opportunities, and it's 100% working out for him that he just waits for the right opportunity, pick up a downlight Sair, waits for post up to burn a lot, come back down to the stage, picks up another downlight Sair.
And you're seeing post up really try to punish with these signatures, and Noel is just able to completely beat him with frames.
But post up is going to beat him with force as he gets a nice down sig. Noel's going to come back. He's got a great amount of health to work with. We haven't seen a lot of his Qatar play. It's predominantly been that sword play, which, I mean, I was kind of thinking this mirror match might come down to. but at the same time, he's got enough health that he can work with it. But post up gets a big string, and that's what I was talking about with post up, where he slowly kind of recognizes his opponent's habits so that he can get those big strings, so that even if he's a stock behind, he can delete it. He can just get so much damage out in such a quick amount of time.
He didn't really put up that much though. He took Noel from basically white to orange and now getting into the red. But he's red himself and he needs to be very, very careful. Even that side air is almost gonna kill. Noel coming in, looking for that nair. You didn't see him wait to get back so he could hit the downlight Sayer, but now he waits, gets that downlight Sayer, and that is a very solid 2-stock for Noel. That was not looking as even as I expected it to be.
No, white to orange though, that's like what, 75 to 100 damage roughly. That's some solid damage. It was more the fact that it was a little bit too late to get all of that damage, but if post up can get another string like that, get some consistent strings like that, you're gonna see Noel struggle. But if Noel can stick with that sword play, beat this just consistent, patient pace style of play, it's gonna be tough for post up.
What is this Ember pick? Have you seen him play Ember before?
Yeah, guitars.
But it's specifically Ember? How is his bow play?
It doesn't matter. It's guitars.
I mean, he threw away the guitars for a bow, though.
I mean, I had faith in my boy post up, and he let me down. I was gonna say it's been predominantly guitar play, and you're seeing him throw away the bow, but guitars are where post up really shines. He's got some solid guitar play. We saw one solid string from him, but I don't really know what he's looking for with the bow. If that's what he's looking for with this Ember, I would assume that he's picking the Ember more for the stat, more for the extra dex, movement, speed, and force, and is willing to sacrifice that defense. But if he can't get on top of Noel, it doesn't matter, and that's really where he's struggling right now. Noel is just doing a great job of recognizing post-up's approaches and punishing. Down sig, done. Just like that. Recognized post-up was going to be coming in, going just a little bit over him, moves to the side, gets a down sig.
And that's going to be that 3 defense coming into play, doing great work for Noel. He was able to hit that signature from basically the middle of the stage when post-up was just starting to get red, and that was able to kill him. And I don't know what post-up has with this bow. We haven't seen him do hardly anything with it. Noel's been able to get in, around, and all over it. Nice neutral signature. It's not going to lead to the Gimp, though.
Oh, it's going to lead to a self-gimp. Noel couldn't quite get the touch. He was very close to that edge. I'm surprised he didn't quite get it, but that's going to work out great for post-up. He was able to avoid the gimp. He knows guitars. He knows about the dare Sayer and all of that off-stage play, and it led to him being able to avoid the gimp and survive, whereas Noel ended up self-gimping.
And he's actually been able to turn this around. I guess that self-gimp was the shot of adrenaline that he needed, but Noel has him in a precarious position. Ooh. Noel has been waiting so much for that. He's been waiting for post-up just to get back, following up with a dare, following up with a ground pound. Over and over, Noel owned that edge guard.
That was fantastic patience from Noel, but on the other side, post-up was dodging at an angle at the wall. He was a little bit kind of tunnel visioning onto the wall. If he had just dodged up, he could have followed up with a nice dare and landed back onto the stage, wait out a couple more of Noel's options. I mean, that's hard to do against Noel with how much patience Noel has had with these edge guards, but you gotta mix up everything. Mix-ups in your approaches, mix up. That was a nice thing. I just got distracted, so I light into a speed dodge down sig, but you gotta mix up your recoveries and your approaches.
And that's where you saw the mix-up coming in from Noel. Before, you saw him go so deep that he ended up gimping himself. This time, he was just waiting. He was just waiting for post-up to burn everything, and I think that's what post-up was counting on. He wanted to dodge through the aggression from Noel, wanted to get the reset on his jumps by touching that wall, and then turn onto Noel, try to hit those side airs, try to hit those bow dares, to then force the edge guard in his favor. But Noel waiting just completely denied all of that.
Post-up was fishing hard for that kill though, right there. Noel, we saw him. He saw his moment of his one opportunity to get really aggressive. He speed dodged off of that platform to try to get aggressive on the post-up. Post-up came back, wanted to punish. You saw him throw out a lot of just wonky stuff. Those down sigs, gravity cancel down sigs, wanted to spike. But Noel, once again, he's just got great patience.
That's Noel's patience coming into play. That's Noel's experience coming into play. He's been doing this BCS business and doing it reasonably well for quite a long time now. Post up, I've only just started to see his name in the past couple months. So maybe if he's given a little bit more time, I don't know if it's going to make any huge leaps and bounds in the next week, but we've still seen some solid play from post up, and just Noel is a rocket ship taking off to the moon. I cannot wait to see how much ground he makes up in the next week and in the months to come.
Well, I mean, that's what you were talking about with post up is with a little more time, he might be able to clean it up, start recognizing his mix up options on those recoveries and whatnot. But like you're saying, he's got a week. If he's going to be at BCX, if he's going to be trying to close it out and get the money, get the notoriety, be the BCX champion, he's got a week. But without further ado, we are going to be continuing on. We are going to be watching two other monsters, two people we've seen a whole lot. We've talked about Jellyfish. Jellyfish doesn't have his teammate Arkosh, but he's still an absolute monster. He's going to be playing this Ragnar, and he's going up against Ica, who has never not played Orion to my knowledge.
I mean, Ica is one of those people that if you even say Lance, even if you're not talking about Lance, like you just have a friend named Lance and you say his name, Ica's ears will burn. He will know that something is going on. I think we are going to see a very Lance-dominant Ica right now. Lance is one of those interesting weapons right now. People are starting to figure it out a little bit more. It has a really strong matchup against Katars, especially with that downlight, with that neutral air in the air. I don't know what we're going to see coming out from Jellyfish. We have seen this Ragnar go. We've seen him kind of hop around from Qatar player to Qatar player. Played Nai a while ago. I think we even saw him play some Ember, but this Ragnar, maybe he's had enough time with Ragnar to really figure out Axe and just hone in on that Qatar.
I mean, much to the same as post-up, Jellyfish has kind of messed around with those Katars. He's played around with a whole lot of characters. I mean, one of the ones that stood out to me was that Queen Nile a while back. He's also played Lucian. So Katars are no mystery to him. But to that same regard, like you were saying with Ica, Lance is no mystery to him. He's an absolute lab monster with that Lance. He's one of those guys who he'll go into the training room for 6, 10, 20 hours and practice these just insane Lance combos. But in tournament, nerves seem to get the better of Ica. He hasn't really been able to pull out those big Lance strings that he talks about. He'll go into a Twitch chat and he'll say, look, I came up with this combo. You do X, Y, Z, Sair, Dare, gravity cancel, neutral sig, yada, yada, yada. But when he goes into tournament, you don't see it. You see kind of spear play.
I don't know if it's just he only practices them in training mode for just the potential being there. Maybe he doesn't practice them enough in his ranked games, in his scrims, but it looks like Jellyfish is just eating his lunch right now. He started to pull ahead. He brought Jellyfish into the red on the first stock pretty convincingly, but then just Jellyfish is able to take him apart in this edge guard game.
And I like what he just did right there. He threw the Katars up. It was just a little bit of coverage. You see it more often with something like Spear or Lance where it's got a bigger hitbox, but it doesn't mean that you can't do it with something with the small throw hitboxes like Katars. It just gives them a little bit of coverage in case Ica wanted to go off stage, fish for a ground pound or something like that.
If he wants to go off stage, I wouldn't immediately recommend it. Jellyfish's Katars, he's been playing them forever. Lance traditionally doesn't have the strongest offstage, doesn't have the strongest ledge guard game. You just need to be very, very careful because your last resort to get back, that recovery, that can be read, that can be punished, that can be stuffed quite easily.
But we're seeing just the lack of finishers from Jellyfish. We saw a couple Katars get thrown out, or sorry, not Katars, a couple signatures get thrown out every now and then, but not a lot of finishers, and that is 100% the reason why Ica was able to close out that stock. He was able to kind of chip away with that spear, build up the damage, and then close it out. He's gonna be getting taken down. The stocks have 100% been evened up, but Jellyfish needs to find those finishers better, faster.
Have we seen him use that Qatar side signature?
No.
We've seen him use, I think, every
we saw
other
the neutral. We saw the down
signature.
sig to try to punish the recovery.
But we
you're
haven't
right,
seen
no
him use that side signature.
Uh-oh. But to be fair, the side sig kind of excels when there's a little bit of room between you and your opponent. Jellyfish he doesn't want room. He doesn't care about that. He's just going to be speed dodging back on top of Ica. He's going to be going for the hitbox to hitbox Qatar play. He hasn't really been in a situation where the side sig really made sense.
He does have the option, if he's grounded, to use that speed dodge forward and then speed dodge backwards, changing that direction and then going into that side signature. I've actually seen Boomy start to do that more and more recently. It shows like you're kind of feigning your aggression towards them, then you back up, give you a little bit of space, and use a move that covers a little bit more range.
Did you know Jellyfish had an X though?
I knew that he knew how to play it a little bit, just because he's been playing Ragnar lately.
He's looking like he knows how to play it a lot a bit, because that was some solid axe play. He was able to chip up a lot of damage, and I think he recognizes that he's having a little bit of trouble with those Qatars for finishing off stocks. He hasn't had the most connections with those Qatar signatures, and so his adjustment was to just completely switch weapons, go to the axe, and that was what he needed to close out the stock onto Ica. And we might start seeing a little bit of that traditional playstyle of one weapon to build damage, one to finish stocks, Qatars to build the damage, axe to finish the stocks.
And now he's starting off with those Qatars. I guess it is damage time for him. He's staying outside, then he's getting inside the lance range, throwing out those nairs. I think he's thrown out like 4 nairs so far, and he's really using his movement more this game than we saw him using it last game. Using those multiple chain dodges, coming in at an angle. The first person we saw really start to adopt that is Egg Soup, and now we're seeing Jellyfish adopt it.
And I'm really happy with the patience from Jellyfish. There you see the side sig. It does connect. Seems like that's one of those things that he wants to keep very close to the chest. Only use it when it's very critical. He gets a nice down sig. But he's got some solid patience. We saw him get a dare approach onto Ica and then immediately wait for Ica to try to dodge out or dodge back in towards the center stage. And then he just immediately chased after him with the side light. It's solid play from Jellyfish on these Qatars to build up the damage. But he needs to finish the stock, and the side sig will do it. Maybe he's going to start doing that more.
That's the trick. It looks like he's still just 100% focusing on these Qatars. You talked about using that axe to kill like we saw last game towards the end, but even when there were weapons on the field, there were multiple weapons. He could have thrown his away, put a hitbox on I can't kill anyone, and then pick up that axe, but it looks like he's just really focusing on these Qatars. Maybe he's finally found that side signature button, and that's what he's going to go with.
But he needs to build up the damage before we can start fishing for those side sigs. And it seems like he's going to start busting out the unarmed play. That was interesting. I wasn't 100% sure who won out in that clash right there when Jellyfish did the down heavy and Ica was coming in. But it seems like Jellyfish did it, and he closes it out with the unarmed neutral heavy. That's something you don't see a whole lot of times. Most people usually try to use the weapons to finish off stocks, but it's going to be Jellyfish showing that, hey, unarmed's not bad. You can still get some solid reads with that.
I mean, he was able to hit the down sig and then the neutral sig. You saw I can't kill anyone speed dodge in, and I think it might have been the final few frames of that down signature taking out I can't kill anyone. I don't think he canceled the speed dodge with an attack, or maybe he didn't quite come out yet, but Jellyfish with the huge Qatar gift, showing that he doesn't need an axe game whatsoever.
That came out of literally nowhere. Jellyfish was predominantly on stage throughout the most of it. We saw a little bit of offstage stuff where he kind of got some, signatures or whatever. He'd build up, he'd hit a Sair or something. But that entire string, that entire gimp, we saw no hints of that until the very end. And that was insane, and I really don't have more words for that.
Even before in game 1, we saw I can't kill anyone and Jellyfish kind of dipsy doodling around, playing the footsie game on the edge on the left. You saw I can't kill anyone go for a dare, waited, and then hit another dare. You saw them just kind of going back and forth, but you didn't see any huge momentum coming out from Jellyfish. He was just trading hits back and forth, a couple nairs. He was possibly looking for his great opening to where he could finish off with a Sair or a dare into a Sair, but exactly as you just said, that did not exist. That momentum that he just had didn't exist on the stage, above the stage, on the edge until just now. And that's the explosiveness that we've come to expect from Jellyfish. If he has a control on it, if he can put a lid on it and rein in that explosiveness, that is a very scary Jellyfish to deal with.
And I am always excited to see what he's going to bring out. He's going to be continuing on in the tournament, and so are we. We're going to go into another round 3 match. It's going to be Blood Diamond versus Stevenator. We've talked about Blood Diamond we've talked about Stevenator in the past, but Stevenator, he's one of those guys he's been around in the scene for an incredibly long amount of time. He used to be a Bodvar main. He was on JV4, then he was on Boo. Now he's kind of gone to Ren. And now he's switched to Val. What do you think about this Val pick for Steve?
He's had more success with Val lately than he did with Bodvar for a long time. Steve was one of those people that used to be very, very dominant on the scene quite a while ago. Before open beta, going into open beta, the early release of open beta, he was one of those people, like he was the first person that we described as a ranked monster because he was consistently holding ranked 1 and he had more games than anybody else, like by a gigantic margin. And then he just sort of fell off the scene and didn't have consistent top placings for quite a while. And now, like, I don't want to liken him to the Chicago Cubs just because that recently happened, but not only is he from Chicago, but if anybody can come back and have just a dominant placing, I think it could be Stevenator. If he can control his mind and control his emotions, we've already seen him have success. He won the last 2v2 with LDZ, which we hadn't seen before.
I mean, that's really been the critical thing for Stevenator for a while now is sometimes he kind of tilts himself out. He'll get into his own head, and even though he has fantastic plays, he's like, oh, I know I could have done better, and then he gets frustrated with himself. And in tournament, there's no room for that. There's no time to sit there and be upset about yourself. You got to just go beat the ever-living stuff out of your opponent, and right now he's doing a great job of putting a lot of pressure out on Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond's been able to trade back and forth, you know, get a hit every now and then, but it's been Steve really controlling the pace of this.
And he's going to end up taking the first stock off of it, and he's right on that border between orange and red. That's a pretty solid place to be in with that 6 defense, and he has those gauntlets again, so it is damage time, and he's really taking the gauntlets. There have been a handful of people. Addy Mestic was one of the first people. You've definitely seen Egg Soup have success with it, and specifically with Val, those gauntlets have been so oppressive and such a strong weapon.
I mean, the extra movement speed on Val over, you know, Core or Wushang, it's what helps the gauntlets of Val really stand out. It helps the Stevenators, the Egg Soups of the world, get on top of Blood Diamonds, get on top of their opponents, and keep that momentum going, because that's exactly what you want with those gauntlets, is to get those strings, get one hit that leads into 2, which leads into 20, which leads into a gauntlet ground pound like that.
And even when you're not hitting, you have movement. Even if you miss, you have the side light movement, you have the movement in the ground pound, and even if you're not throwing out attacks, you have the high movement speed of Val alone. So it's just a completely movement-centric character in the attack, in the defense, and just moving around the map.
And she's a fantastic character in the sense that she's got a great stat kit. It's not the best for finishing off stocks. It's incredibly low force, but it's got solid defense and solid movement speed, and those are two key things that help in with gauntlets, and it helps in 2v2, which is where we've seen a whole lot more Vals come out as of late. But we're seeing Steve, these gauntlet plays, they're 100% showing up on top of Blood Diamond. As he gets more damage out, Blood Diamond is in the red, and Blood Diamond really hasn't been able to answer anything. He has not had control of this stage.
He's just been throwing out these attacks, and very few of them have connected. Steve is doing a great job of playing gauntlets in the exact way that I hate playing against them, is whenever I miss an attack, he doesn't have to take time to move into punish zone, because he can already use the movement of gauntlets themselves to attack and move into punish zone all at the same time.
Do you think Blood Diamond should switch not to an Asuri, but to maybe something a little more axe-centric? Maybe?
Yes. I do think that right now, because his swordplay, I don't see the swordplay from Asuri necessarily being the character switch, the thing that he needs, because his swordplay was just lackluster against Steve. He was throwing out attacks, and very few of them were connecting. So I don't think it's the sword that is going to carry him to victory here. Maybe it's going to be just Asuri's outstanding, insane Qatar options.
I mean, we've seen a lot of people actually kind of do this, which is to say that they have an awkward game 1 and then suddenly they switch to Asuri game 2, and like you've said consistently, either it's the mark of a washed player and they just end up falling further behind, or you see suddenly that the Asuri switch just means that they're suddenly unkillable, and they've got so much defense, so much better movement, so much better just positioning with their kit, that the Asuri just works out for them.
I'm going to change my statement and say that it's not really the mark of a Wash player anymore. Because you used to see it being like the way I play ranked is if I lose against an Asuri, my brain will just say, oh, Asuri's an easy character to play. I'm going to switch to Asuri. And then I'll queue as Asuri and get demolished, which is what we used to see from players. But now we've seen players as Katars have really taken a strong place in the meta. Now we've seen them switch to Asuri and actually learn how to play the character. We've seen it from Twilight. We've seen it from a handful of other people who have really had a lot of success with Asuri.
We're seeing Blood Diamond not having the most success. He's had a little bit more control of the stage, but when Steve gets those gauntlets, he gets that momentum. Blood Diamond struggles a little bit, but he gets a great speed dodge into that neutral sig. And I think somewhere out there, Chili P is like chuckling to himself about that, because I think that was like the original speed dodge, like GIF was him speed dodging across the stage into a neutral sig.
And that's what you expect from Asuri players as well. They love that neutral sig. It has so much force on it. It's a great force vector. And you mentioned the axe play earlier. I don't know if Blood Diamond really has an axe.
Doesn't he? I thought he played Bryn at one point.
I mean, he might have, but mostly it's Bodvar, it's Hattori, it's Koji, it's Asuri with just the maybe off pick of Val. And I don't think he wants to go Val to Val toe-to-toe against Stevenator right now. It's mostly been sword characters.
Well, regardless, he's going to be on this Asuri right now against Stevenator, and he took full advantage of the fact that Steve wasn't on gauntlets. Steve right there was on sword for a reasonably long time, and that was where Blood Diamond really got to take control, really put out some pacing and put out some damage onto Stevenator. But the second Steve's back, he's got the gauntlets. He's able to avoid a lot of the guitar movements from Blood Diamond. And Blood Diamond's looking to get taken down real quick.
Seeing Blood Diamond come back as Stevenator's really fishing for those recoveries.
He wants that finisher. That's that down light into a speed dodge recovery. Couldn't quite get the hit with that, so he's just going to go for a side light recovery. Not true. Blood Diamond did have potential to jump or dodge out, but Steve was able to get it in time.
I like that Steve wasn't going for signatures, though, because the recoveries weren't getting punished. So continuing to go for those was just really the smartest choice right there. He was really fishing for that, and he was staying safe while doing it.
He hasn't gone for a lot of sigs at all, has he? He hasn't gone for, like, usually we see a lot of, sword side sigs. We see a reasonable amount of gauntlet side sigs. Sometimes he'll use gauntlet down sig just as a range attack, or Blood Diamond's just going to show how Qatar neutral sig works. But we haven't seen a lot of sigs from Steve, whereas Blood Diamond's gone for a handful more.
There's finally a neutral sig, but a lot of just the standard signature you see, especially from gauntlets, is that side signature. You'll see pivot side signatures, you'll see dodge through turnaround side signatures, even if it's not a speed dodge. That's usually what you see a lot, but that recovery, that is such a consistent kill move that we see so many gauntlet players killing with.
Well, I mean, actually, side six, right? Like, it's definitely an option in the kit, and it's interesting that Steve hasn't really gone for it. It's a pretty solid move. It's got great force, and at where Blood Diamond is in damage, I have to believe it's gonna have kill potential, but it seems like Steve just wants to go for these vertical kills, wants to send Blood Diamond high in the sky. We're seeing the recovery. He went for the gravity cancel neutral heavy unarmed. We saw him go for that neutral sig, which has a very vertical force vector. It's not been that horizontal. And
it really hasn't been down very much either. Like last game on Great Hall, you really saw him focus on those edgeguard games, and now he's still trying to take Blood Diamond off the top.
Well, it's going to work out for him. He does get the sidelight recovery. We saw Blood Diamond have a stronger showing, but look at the damage. 717 damage put out from Steve. There's a little bit of kill inefficiency there. A lot of it was due to the fact that he was fishing for that sidelight recovery, fishing for that very vertical kill, where I want to say the side sig would have killed faster.
It might have, and that's not even an issue of the different force between the two characters, because Asuri has 4 force, Val has 4 force, so it's not like the reason that the Asuri did less damage is because it's like a Scarlet with 8 force where the kills just happen earlier. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there between the two.
Well, he was able to close it out, didn't get taken down for the extra damage that he had to put out. He is going to be continuing on, but I would like to see him kind of clean that up if he's going to be looking for that top spot. But we are going to be continuing on, and this is a little bit of a heartbreaker match. It's going to be Boomy and Remy. These guys have been playing together for ages. They've been 2v2 partners since the dawn of 2v2, and they're now going to be fighting each other for who's going to continue on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they're very good friends. I believe they're staying together at BCX. Not quite in the same vein as like Arkosh and Jellyfish, where you really can't say one without the other. But Boomy and Remy, I would say, are the next best thing of people who are just always together, always mentioned together, always thought of as together, always playing together.
I mean, they are the grease, they're the salt and pepper of Skyward. They're such a consistent 2v2 team. They have so much synergy together, and it is going to be a little bit of a heartbreaker, but they are going to be playing out. It's going to be game one, Boomy and Remy not on his characteristic Koji. Instead, he's going to go in for Hattori, more movement speed, and a spear. Is this specifically because he knows how Boomy plays, or is this...
It's because he doesn't actually feel very strong and confident with Bo lately. He feels that Bo's kind of lackluster after the recent Bo changes, and now that that's been extended into the specifically 1v1 space compared to the 2v2 that we saw before. And specifically, he's picked up the Hattori because he has the sword that he knows and loves from Koji, but also he felt that Spear was one of those weapons that you can kind of pick up reasonably quickly and play it at a confident level in the shortest amount of time.
So the switch to Hattori is really new, like in this past week?
Yes.
Okay. Well then, it seems like he's not having the worst success. Boomy though, he's been a consistent Bodvar. I've always said that that's kind of been his try-hard character. When he really wants to win out a set, he'll go to that Bodvar where he's had a lot of consistency with. And you're seeing that consistency show. He was able to take the first stock off of Remy, took a reasonable amount of damage, but it's just, he's a monster with that Bodvar.
And it's specifically the hammer. I think he has one of the best hammers in North America right now. He's able to stay so oppressive with it. And it looks like in the short time that Remy has had with the spear, he has learned how to stay oppressive with it as well. You saw how safe he was being with those down airs.
Oh yeah, he was just staying right above Boomy. Kind of akin to how Noel played that edge guard, where he kind of waited out for a lot of options from post-up. Remy waited out a lot of things from Boomy to just get clean dares on top of Boomy.
He wasn't putting himself in any dangerous territory with the ground pound that Boomy could then dodge through and punish. He was just using that dare. That's a 10-frame startup. That's a reasonably quick startup. A very, very safe move. Has, I think, one of the longest dare range hitboxes. I think you cannot beat that move with priority.
Right. It's fantastic hitbox range. The real key thing, Boomy went for the Russian Mommy. The real key thing there is that it's a relatively slender hitbox, so you can kind of get to the side of it. There was potential for Boomy to kind of recover at an angle and catch Remy to the side, but Remy just, he did a great job making sure that Boomy had no options but to go right underneath him and get those clean dares.
And you've also seen him do a ton of work with Sair as well. He's been staying like right on the corner of that edge, just throwing out those Sairs, the jump Sairs, the double jump Sairs, waiting for Boomy to kind of crest over that corner and just getting that easy, clean hit.
Great patience from Remy. He's going to be able to clean it up onto Boomy, and I don't know what happened to Boomy. We were talking about Remy with this fantastic spear play. Boomy, that entire stock, didn't have any big showings. He went for a Russian Mafia at one point, but other than that, like, it's been a little hit and miss on this second stock.
I don't know how much he's actually played against Remy, specifically in 1v1 with the Satori, and Remy is just going to throw away his stock like that. Boomy was putting out a decent amount of pressure with that hammer, but that's a huge mistake coming out from Remy. But as I was saying, I don't know how much experience he's had specifically against the Satori. He might just be underestimating it a little bit.
Do you think if things go awry for Boomy, will he be making a character switch?
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a character switch. I know he has one of the larger character pools in the tank compared to a handful of other people. Like Remy, I guess, now has the Satori, he has the Koji. I think he has a little bit of an Asuri we saw in the 2v2. But Boomy, we know Boomy has a Ragnir. Boomy has a Diana, an Asuri, and a Hattori, a Bodvar. I think he has even a little bit of a Cassidy. He's probably picked up some from playing with Dobrain. But I think we will see a character switch from Boomy.
He's got such a huge character pool. I mean, I don't want to jump the gun and say that this set's over. Boomy is playing it a little bit defensively, staying on this side, trying to bait Remy out. But what character do you think that would be a better option for Boomy against this Hattori of Remy?
I think a Ragnir would be a good choice. He's been spending a lot of time with Ragnir. Maybe his Queen Nai as well. He's gonna suffer a little bit in the movement speed. Maybe he won't try to do the 3 movement speed. Oh my gosh! that side air had so much force on it.
That was a rocket.
701 damage, dude. That is so much. And that's going to be all those repeated dares, all those repeated sayers.
It was a lot of chipping damage from Remy that ended up doing it. We saw those dares on the left side stage. We saw a lot of sayers on stage. It was mostly chip damage from Remy, but it was consistent damage, and it was why he was able to close it out. And I'm impressed that he was able to pick up the spear in such a short amount of time and close it out against Boomy, who's been an absolute monster throughout most of BCS.
Well, Spear, I look at it similarly as I look at Sword. It's one of those weapons that just has so much utility on every single move that it has. The Nair has a ton of utility, the Dare, the Side Air. The Downlight is really one of the few moves that kind of has one purpose. It's really to get that anti-air. Every other move has just great utility, great priority, great strength, and it's just one of those middle-of-the-road weapons that's really, really strong.
And seeing that middle-of-the-road playstyle is part of the reason why Remy was interested in switching to that over potentially, like, you know, a Bodvar or you know, a Jala if you wanted to stick with that sword and pick up a different weapon. But we're seeing Boomy, he's kind of been defensive. We saw him go to the wall for a little bit. When Remy tries to get a little over aggressive, tries to put out too much pressure, speed dodging forward, Boomy will just go to the wall, completely stop any momentum, and then wait for the reset to the neutral.
At worst, you see Remy just stay on the platform, and that completely interrupts the momentum that Remy had, and Boomy gets some time to breathe, time to think. At best, Remy ends up coming down into that edgeguard game where Boomy is extremely confident with that axe, with the Katars, where he feels very solid in the Gimp game, in the edgeguard game, against Remy, who might not be as strong with the spear.
I mean, off-stage spear play of Remy, his options are Dare and potentially Nair. We saw him be incredibly effective with those dares. It'd be interesting to see him try to go aggressive against Boomy when he's on those Katars on the offstage. But I think I can't fault Remy for trying to fight it out in the neutral. I think Spear has a better time in the neutral. But it is interesting that Boomy kind of takes advantage of that and just forces the offstage play, or we just get a reset.
And now we're seeing Remy start to stay on the platform a little bit more. Boomy staying on the platform as well. He's using a lot of those speed dodges to get in, though. He's able to get in more on Remy now. He's using the speed dodge all the way in, and then he'll attack. He'll speed dodge through, turn around, pivot, attack. You'll also see him speed dodge in. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. He'll speed dodge forward, and then he'll end it with one backwards, and then he'll attack, giving him a little bit of room. You'll see that on Axe. You'll see it a little bit on Katar as well.
Oh, there you're seeing it happen. It makes more sense that he would kind of go for that, though, right? That's what we talked about Katars, the iframes. He gets the free iframes up until the first hitbox of those Katar moves come out. So he gets a little bit more safety on those approaches if that's what he's looking for. But Remy, great offstage play, is going to be picking up a Sair. One of the aerial options I didn't talk about. He's going to get a clean Sair. It's going to take down Boomy. But Boomy's got to make better approaches. He stops all momentum from Remy, and he comes back, tries to go for those approaches. He's going to get a nice side stick. That thing comes out so fast, goes so far. But we're back to the neutral.
Remy's been really waiting for the approaches from Boomy. He's been waiting for Boomy to get in, then he'll beat him with a neutral light, or he'll do a jump there. I love that Boomy went for that side signature when there was a lot of room between the two. He was using the high amount of space there as sort of a safe zone, a false sense of security for Remy, thinking that, oh, Boomy is he's gonna speed dodge in. I have time to react, and then all of a sudden, bang, that side signature comes out.
But that's one of those things where he's shown that card, he's shown that hand. Remy's got to be expecting that now. He can't think that he's safe when he's got that much room. We're seeing Boomy, he bumped his head. Remy was looking to punish. Boomy's trying to bait now. You're seeing him go
he's doing it on
under.
purpose. And Remy is not gonna fall for that. He knows. Boomy knows Remy, and Remy knows Boomy.
Great patience from Boomy. He gets a hit, waits for Remy to do the dodge over, gets a nice downlight. Suddenly the pressure comes out and Remy's done. That's what Boomy was waiting for.
That Remy was trying to avoid earlier. Yeah, he had his dares when he was like sort of above that main platform line. He was able to stay safe there, and he felt very confident in that territory. But moving down into the actual edgeguard game, he had absolutely nothing against Boomy's time that he spent on Katars. specifically in the Gimp game as well as the neutral game.
Where's Remy's sword?
I don't know.
He hasn't done any sword things. It's been predominantly been the spear play, and the spear play has been fantastic. He's had great spacing with that spear play. We saw him when Boomy came up. They both dodged in tandem, and then Remy had the neutral light come out. But where's the sword play?
I mean, Remy was somewhat winning with that spear, so there's not 100% reason to change off of the spear onto his sword. Now I think we're going to see some more sword. We're going to see some more aggression coming from him, and we're going to see a lot more speed coming out because he knows that Boomy has the explosion in the tank.
Well, we're seeing Remy. He's starting to pick up that sword. He's starting to get a little bit more aggressive on top of Boomy, but Boomy, he's just so good at halting that aggression of Remy. Gets the side sig, and that explosion comes out from the axe itself. So you see Remy get launched in the opposite direction, but Boomy's he's ramping up. Recovery.
And now we're seeing Boomy do a little bit of what Remy was doing earlier. We didn't see him go down onto that edge to force the edge guard game. He was just staying on the stage. He had map control. He was waiting to see if Remy was going to recover high, which he would then punish with the recovery like he just did. If he went low, he might have then aggressed onto the edge guard.
Remy, he's got to retake control. Boomy's he's just taking control of the entire set, or not the entire set, this entire stage, and Remy's not having the strongest answers. He's kind of waiting for Boomy to come in and then punish.
It was working before when he had the spear. It was working 100% before. Woo! Now we're finally seeing that sword play come out there, the downlight neutral signature. Nice dare follow from Remy. He had blown all of his jumps there. That was a little bit risky if Boomy would have gotten something. Maybe a dodge up dare, maybe just a recovery might have been enough. But Remy he's still in pretty tough shape right now.
Oh yeah, he's got a whole lot of damage onto him. That side sig almost finishing him off from the left side. If Remy was too far to the right when that side sig hit, would have been death. That dare will close it out. And Boomy is sitting so pretty right now. Remy's got to find a way to get a Gimp onto Boomy, who we've seen his offstage play. That is a nigh impossible task.
And at this point, Boomy's just not letting the Gimps happen ahead of time. Boomy's staying on the stage as Remy recovers. If he recovers low, then Boomy will aggress. He'll move right over that corner as Remy is trying to get back to the edge and reset those jumps. If he recovers high, he has that axe recovery. Now he has the neutral sig. He's used that multiple times. When Remy recovers high, Boomy has an option. Now Remy is recovering low, Boomy has the option.
Boomy has just 100% adjusted, and he commands game 3. He completely closes it out against Remy, and he will be continuing on. Remy is going to be going down to the lower bracket. Boomy a little bit bummed to say goodbye to his teammate.
I don't think Boomy is bummed to say goodbye at all. I think Boomy is very, very more than happy to say goodbye.
He said nice seating. He's gonna be upset that he had to be the one to take down his teammate. But regardless, we are going to be continuing on. We're going to be seeing more Jellyfish, more potential explosive play as he's going to be locking in the Lucian, and we are going to be seeing another member of Skyward. It's going to be the one and only LDZ.
If we can see the control on the explosiveness that we saw earlier, I wouldn't be 100% surprised if we saw Jellyfish take down LDZ. LDZ is, in his words, rusty right now. He hasn't played a lot in, I think, the past 2 weeks. School has really hit him hard in terms of being very, very busy, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Jellyfish, if he can control himself and be a mature adult for just this one set, I could see him sending LDZ down into the lower bracket.
That's the critical thing, though, is that Jellyfish has so much, what does it say? He's such a roller coaster of a player. There are times where he will 100% destroy a stock. We saw the Qatar Gimp onto Ica. There's times where they're both in the red on their final stocks, and Jellyfish decides to do a gravity cancel side sig, burn all of his options, and can't return back to the stage. On the other side, LDZ has been just an incredibly consistent player. We've seen him hit Sayer Gimps time and time again with those bows. It's going to be a question of will LDZ's consistency, despite the fact that he's rusty, be the thing that is going to take down Jellyfish, or will Jellyfish just take down himself? Like,
We've already seen some
a
control
lot.
from Jellyfish today. If he can keep that up, I wouldn't be surprised here. We're seeing some solid gunplay coming out. Nice nairs. That's great damage. Hitting multiple nairs, it doesn't seem like much because the force is very, very small. But hitting those multiple nairs, that is a great spot to be.
Hitting those multiple downlight ground pound strings is an even more fantastic spot to be in. And that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about LDZ. He gets the most out of a single hit. He gets a downlight into a Sair, and he knows the angle for the weapon toss to take down the first stock from Jellyfish. Jellyfish had so much control early on, but suddenly LDZ just comes out swinging hard.
And we've seen a little bit of a hit to specifically the bow Sair, which that was one of LDZ's calling cards with that bow. We would always see him hitting the side airs, bouncing them off the stage, but it looks like that hasn't hazed him, that hasn't phased him at all. LDZ coming out so strong.
Hasn't hazed him at all. LDZ though, oh, that was close. If Jellyfish had burned too many options there, LDZ with that Sair could have easily closed it out and it would have been a 3-stock. But Jellyfish did keep the recovery in the back pocket, does get back up safely and take down a stock from LDZ, but LDZ is looking so monstrous. If this is LDZ rusty, I am worried about LDZ when he is properly greased up. Is that the proper term? Non-rusty? What is that? WD-40? What's anti-rust?
If LDZ bathes in Rust-Oleum, that is just gonna be a major problem for every single person that is in his pool, that is in his bracket, that even looks at him the wrong way at BCS.
Right there though, I gotta call him out. He did a downlight into a nair where Jellyfish is in the red. I'm surprised that wasn't a downlight recovery, a downlight Sair.
Maybe he was just hoping for a further kill follow-up?
Well, he's got plenty of room to go. If he wants to just finish it off with a weapon toss, that's definitely a possibility. Jellyfish is on his final stock in the red. He's gonna do the Lucian's, that's just Lucian standard, the 101, the down sig onto LDZ. But LDZ, he was an absolute monster in those first 2 stocks.
And he's in a very solid place. Now he has that sword, which he's already done work with so far. Looks like LDZ is having a little trouble, but he's just going to immediately dip down below that soft platform, hit that dare, make it look so easy against Jellyfish, who started off that game in the first 30 seconds or so looking very strong. He hit those like 3 or 4 nairs in a row. That's at like 17 to 20 damage each. That's huge. That's a free 80 damage right there. What?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, Jellyfish, known for his guitars, is going to be playing Taros, my favorite guitar character. He's going to be going up against LDZ, and is this a reaction to the Koji? Is this 100% some sort of counter to the bow play from LDZ?
It might be. Maybe he's just going to throw out a million neutral sigs on Axe and Hammer. Maybe he's going to throw out those downlight neutral sig true combos. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of signatures coming out of Jellyfish. I also wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of punishes on them coming out from LDZ.
I mean, that LDZ knows how to punish the signature kit, and that's one of the big issues is Taros, he's got low decks, he's got signatures with relatively long recovery. If Jellyfish gets a little too greedy with those signatures, then LDZ is going to get so much room to get one hit, which has consistently led into multiple other hits.
And he has already carried Jellyfish into the orange less than 15 seconds into the game. Now 20 seconds, borderline on red right now. Jellyfish has hit him maybe 1 time.
There's a double swing from the neutralite is going to put out some damage. And on the plus side, hey, Taros 8 force, each little hit will do a whole lot of damage, but he's got to get more than just 1 or 2 hits, and he's got to get a kill move once that's done. Whereas he's already in the red. LDZ is going to get him off with a nice side air. He's going to come back, and there's the punish. We saw the down sig and the weapon toss LDZ. He just punishes the moves.
Maybe he's just looking for that trade game where maybe he takes 2 or 3 hits from LDZ, but then he'll throw out the 1, and if he keeps going at that rate, it'll be enough because he'll hit a stomp neutral signature, he'll stomp Sair, he'll hit just a straight Sair, but that's not the rate at which he's going right now. LDZ is getting 4, 5, sometimes as many as 6 hits onto Jellyfish before Jellyfish is able to respond with even 1.
The trades have not been in his favor. You seeing him try to mix it up, and he's gonna fall. This is looking very much like a potential 3-stock from LDZ. Jellyfish, this isn't even Jellyfish imploding the way that we're used to seeing him. Usually it'll be something so massive, some overcommitment from him, but it's just been LDZ putting out so much pressure, consistent damage, chipping away at Jellyfish, and Jellyfish really hasn't been able to reply.
LDZ is just now getting into the red. Ooh, almost gets that ground pound. And I don't know what Jellyfish was thinking with this. I 100% do not understand his mode of thinking. I was gonna give him props for like being smart with his play earlier. We saw great Lucian control earlier. We saw great Qatar control earlier, finally ending in that explosive Gimp, but he just doesn't have that control this game.
Ooh, but he is able to take off a stock finally from LDZ. I don't know what that thumbs up's about. You are not looking too pretty right now, Jellyfish. But it's really just been awkward. Jellyfish he's been fishing for a lot of things. We saw him go under, try to get a speed dodge recovery onto LDZ at one point. It hasn't been the Jellyfish that we're used to, the explosive monster, the big offstage gimping player that we know and love.
Oh. He was trying to get the nice spike with that neutral sig, but even that, LDZ was punishing so many things. It wasn't even just like Jellyfish was fishing for the same thing over and over. He wasn't fishing just for signatures or just for like the stomp into the neutral signature true combo. Just the regular moves, even the neutral light that Jellyfish was throwing out on that hammer, LDZ was able to punish every single thing.
It just seemed like LDZ was like one step ahead of him. They both disengaged at one point. Jellyfish was far on the left side. He thought he was safe with an axe neutralite that he just kind of threw out for the purposes of doing something. And LDZ, knowing the range, just immediately walks forward, does a downlight into a side air, I believe. And it's just been LDZ, he just finds openings. He's been so consistently controlling against Jellyfish, and it is going to be interesting to see if he can keep that consistency going, despite the fact that he has said that he's rusty, and I'm just going to call him out for Johnsing early.
He's doing that thing that Egg does, where
Yeah.
oh I'm tired this week.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sick this week. Oh, I stayed up all night this week. Oh, I had Motrin for breakfast. Just those regular Egg Johns, those premeditated, just ahead of time Johns, just in case. But we're going to be moving on to the next game, and this is kind of a grudge match of sorts. I don't know the actual real extent of the relationship that Pugsy and Crocky have, but in Pugsy's own words last night, he says, I think he said specifically that Crocky hates me more than anyone.
That's surprising because there's a lot of people who hate Pugsy. Pugsy, I mean, to Pugsy's own effort, he kind of rubs people the wrong way. He's not exactly the most tactful person. He says what is exactly on his mind, and you know, some people don't like that, and apparently Crocky doesn't like that the most. Crocky is going to be coming in. He's going to be playing his signature Ada. We're not seeing the Orion that he played around with. Generally, it's more common in the 2v2, but we are going to be seeing Pugsy play Orion, which is something I haven't seen before.
I think it's just a direct reaction to his spear play. We saw him pick up the Queen Nai, which we know he has that in the tank. I've mentioned the tweet a couple times that he specifically has the spear play that he feels is very, very clean right now. And maybe it's just that Lance play as well. Going up against this Crocky, he has the large throw hitbox of Spear in addition to his spear play. He has the large throwing hitbox of Lance. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. Maybe he's just going to use the momentum of Spear and Lance to walk all over Crocky.
But he's going to be going spear to spear against Crocky. Crocky generally he generally favors the spear, excuse me. We don't see a lot of his gunplay. He'll bring it out every now and then. Right now he's kind of forced to bring it out against Pugsy's Lance, but in general, if Crocky has the option, he's going to go to his spear play.
And we're also, with this kind of switch back to Ada, we're not seeing the Wu Shang as well. We saw him play a Wu Shang signature heavy playstyle for a little bit, but it looks like he's sticking with his guns and just being not what we expect right now. He's also just going to stick with his guns, and he's really fishing for these games.
I 100% forgot he had the Wu Shang, and I think that would be interesting to see. Whereas Pugsy, what in the world? was that? He just got a big string. He even used a ledge cancel downlight, which is something you never see with Lance, because nobody ever intentionally downlights with the Lance. They almost always will go for the dare in that situation. But Pugsy, he gets a downlight, continues it on, uses the speed dodge, then gets a gravity cancel side stick to finish off a stock, and that 3 defensive Ada does play a factor, because I don't think that would have killed on any other character. But
Pugsy is already confident in his spear play, and he has to be confident in his lance play. Now look at the neutral sig! Pugsy is just completely dominating Crocky right now.
It started off calm, started off neutral, and suddenly Pugsy just comes out, exploding onto Crocky this time. He gets a big lance string, Crocky comes back, and before Crocky even has a moment to breathe, he's off stage getting gimped by the dares and the gravity cancel neutral sigs. It's something we see all the time with Orions.
That is basically every Orion player's dream, is getting that neutral signature spike. Crocky is finally going to get a little bit of life in him with that recovery, sending Pugsy off the top. Pugsy coming in fresh on his second stock. Crocky in the orange, about to be red pretty soon. If Pugsy can do what he did with that lance earlier, we're going to see some big damage coming out. We're going to see some solid lance strings coming out. I'm sure we're going to see some more downlights. That is huge damage on lance.
And the critical thing about that lance gimp that we saw from Pugsy is A, it's not standard, so Crocky doesn't have, he literally had that gimp to figure out where his openings are for dodging, and B, Pugsy still has the more common lance gimp if he wants to try to bring it out and try to gimp Crocky again. He gets caught by a nice neutral light into a speed dodge side sig, but it's so much damage on Crocky. Pugsy has had these fantastic gimps. In the neutral though, I think Pugsy struggled a little bit. It's predominantly been those gimps that take down Crocky.
Pugsy has a little bit of room to work with right now, but it looks like Crocky is wanting to slow down. He's not wanting to give Pugsy the speed to get those momentums into the edge guards, into the gimps that's been working for him so far. He's just kind of slowing it down, spacing back, using those side lights, using those nairs, using the frames of guns to beat any priority that Pugsy has with the spear and with the lance.
I mean, that's a pretty standard gun style of play, is to use those just active frames, those constant hitboxing from those guns to try to force your opponent into them, try to get them caught off guard, just force them to try to make some sort of approach. And Pugsy's been an absolute monster with these approaches. We saw Crocky go for a side sig at one point, and Pugsy literally sped dodged down it and into a cancel neutral light so that he could put out more damage on the Crocky.
Crocky's made a serious comeback here so far. If he can survive with the dodge on that Sarah, he needs to be careful. Be careful on throwing out those signatures. He has brought Pugsy just on the border of red while only going from orange to red himself. That might have just been it, though.
Wow.
He almost had the comeback after the explosive start from Pugsy, but it is not enough. Very, very similar damage coming out between the two. 470 for Pugsy. That is not a lot of damage. That's going to show the kill efficiency coming from those gimps.
It is 100% those gimps. Those fantastic lance gimp, fantastic spear gimp, but generally speaking, gimps, they work maybe one, maybe two times. If it's against me, it'll work every time, but it's just Crocky is going to adjust. The high-level players are going to recognize the openings, figure out, okay, I need to not panic jump into these dares. I need to recognize when he does a gravity cancel, odds are he's going to go for that neutral sig and start finding openings. But Crocky's going to make a complete 180. He's going to Vrax.
This is the second Vrax we've seen today. I don't think I've seen that many Vraxes in the past 3 months combined.
Welcome to the future, man. Vrax is good. But we're seeing Pugsy, he goes for the neutral sig off stage, and he's the second Crocky's off stage. Pugsy just you see the fire get lit, and he suddenly is going infinitely more aggressive. He's hitting the stairs, wanted the neutral sig, but he's just gonna stay right there. Goes for another gravity cancel neutral sig. He wants the off stage play on the Crocky.
And Crocky just hasn't been able to really punish anything from Pugsy so far. Pugsy has hardly been touched. He's looking at coming into a clean stock on a Crocky. We saw him start really strong, then he kind of slowed down. He wasn't putting out as much damage. He got the first 2 gimps, and then it took him a little while to finish off that last kill. I want to see him poke with that lance like we saw him doing earlier.
Well, at this point, he's just looking for finishers on the Crocky, whereas Crocky, I'm confused, but I think I understand the Vrax pick in the sense that it was gun spacing that really worked for his Ada, And hey, Vrex has 8 dexterity. It's gonna help him kind of get out when he overcommits with those gun moves.
He's playing Brax like I play Brax, though, where he has trouble finishing off those kills. It took 3 of those side signatures. Finally, the 3rd one hit, and he ends up taking the first stock from Pugsy, but that side air, oh my gosh.
That is a lot of damage on Crocky built up. I think we're going to see very different damage numbers at the very end. I think both people got pretty deep in the red there. We're seeing Pugsy, he's changed it up. He's not going 100% full aggro in Crocky's face. Instead, you're seeing him kind of do this like tap and then back away kind of stuff. Tap, move to another side, just kind of rotating around Crocky and not go for this consistent string of damage.
He's dodge circling around Crocky, if you will. He's doing a good job of staying in those gun dead zones. You've seen Crocky trying to space with the side light. We've only just now started seeing him do those down lights to hit stack onto Pugsy. But Pugsy's been in front of him right in that gun dead zone. Then he'll be above him in the gun dead zone. Then behind him in the gun dead zone. And now we started to see Crocky go a little bit into panic mode. But it's still a relatively even game, and the neutral signature over the corner.
Crocky was expecting Pugsy to come over the corner, was expecting Pugsy to keep that physical presence aggression on top of him. But Pugsy, the second Crocky's off stage, he goes for those neutral sigs, and Crocky wasn't ready for it, got caught by the neutral sig. And he's got to be aware of that. That is what Pugsy's looking for off stage. He's able to clean it up with a nice down sig, but Pugsy's going to come back, a weapon is going to spawn in a matter of seconds, and Pugsy's going to go back to being aggressive.
And I think if Pugsy loses this one, or if it goes much longer this even, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some tilt coming out from Pugsy. I know Pugsy believes that Crocky is not on the same level with him. He has said that publicly. He's said it on Twitter. He has said it just to people in Discord. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of tilt coming out from Pugsy.
I mean, at this point, you gotta believe Pugsy might be a little bit tilted already, just from the fact that he's not 3-stocking Crocky. He has, like you were saying, been very vocal about the fact that he does not think that Crocky can hold a candle to him, which is part of the reason why I think he picked this Orion pick, which is a little bit of a wonky pick for Pugsy. But if Crocky's holding his own with Vrax, something that we haven't seen Crocky really bring out, then I think Pugsy might be a little bit tilted already.
Crocky's done a great job of staying pace with Pugsy, though. Even when Crocky would fall behind, he was able to come back. Even though he's taken the just Orion special of a couple neutral sigs to death, Crocky has been staying in this thing relatively even, and Pugsy's starting to get a little bit of a lead right now, but Crocky, he's been doing a great job controlling the pace, controlling his speed.
I mean, that's exactly what I think Crocky's going to be looking for. He's able to hit a side sig and pick up the guns that he's looking for. The side sig just kind of giving him some breathing room to pick up that weapon. And you're seeing him try to get to the spacing, but Pugsy turns it on, gets right on top of him, able to pick up the side air, was able to recognize that Crocky was looking for that spacing, so he sped dodge forward to give himself a little bit more range on that side air.
And that was a swift 2-0 coming out from Pugsy. Personally knowing Pugsy, I'm sure Pugsy was ready to get through with that game. That was quite a long game. It was I think over 4.5 minutes going into 5 minutes. I don't think Pugsy is used to playing that long of games. Maybe only in his ranked games when he complains about people sharking.
I mean, it's Pugsy. We saw his game 1 against Crocky where he went big, got those big gimps. That's something that he's very frequently trying to do, is be really aggressive. He's very similar to Boomy, very similar to Jellyfish. They each have their own little nuances to that aggression, to that explosion, but at the same time, it's still there. He's still looking for it. And when you go up against someone like Crocky who wants to kind of pace it out a little bit more, it's gonna play into to Pugsy a little bit.
And we will be moving on into the next game. Who do we have next? We have Stevenator against 3's Up Twilight.
It is gonna be 3's Up Twilight. 3's Up, not my favorite version of Heads Up 7-Up, but you know, regardless, it's gonna be Twilight and Stevenator. These guys, they've played together before. They've been together. They used to be on Boo together. Steve ended up switching to Ren. They used to be 2v2 partners at one point or another. They're familiar with each other, to say the least.
And speaking of familiarity, I'm kind of unfamiliar with 3's Up specifically as an organization. They're kind of the newest Brawlhalla sponsor onto the scene, picking up Twilight. And if I recall, this is actually their kind of first foray into the fighting game scene, and they picked a solid player coming in with Twilight. He's been very consistent so far with his Bodvar play, with his sword play. His hammer play has really stepped it up recently in the past month or so as well, but we're seeing him switch to a Surrey now.
I mean, I believe there's a video somewhere out there of Twilight teaching people how to Qatar. So I think he's got to be at least semi-familiar with this Qatar kit. He's level 46. That is going to be above the 34 on Steve, so he's got more playtime with the Asuri. But it's going to be coming down to those I want to say off weapons. They're both familiar with sword. Stevenator, we saw how impressive his gauntlet play is. Is Twilight's Qatar is going to be able to hold it up against those gauntlets?
If Twilight's able to take his knowledge of spacing with the sword and translate that to his Qatars, I think Steve is going to have a very, very difficult time getting in on Twilight.
Well, we're going to see if Steve can get the approaches. He's got potential for those speed dodges onto Twilight if Twilight decides to go for those long active frame moves. But we're going to start off. Steve does get a nice unarmed string, and we're going to be going gauntlets to guitars, exactly the critical matchup of the set. And Steve is going to start off a little bit bigger. He's getting the damage already.
He's been able to get in and stay in on Steven there. It has been going back and forth so far. Steve, arguably a little bit better going in. Been able to keep the pressure up. Twilight has been throwing attacks, but I'd say probably half of them have been missing. Steve has just been on him.
But we're seeing Twilight, he's just been able to chip back. They've been trading reasonably well. But the critical issue is once we get close to this red spot, Steve has to find the finishers. And if he goes back to those sidelight recoveries that we saw earlier on, he's going to struggle to finish stocks. And that's going to give Twilight the opening he needs to get underneath, get the kills.
You already saw him try and get that side signature that ended up clashing with Stevenator. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more side signatures, more down signatures specifically. I don't think we're going to see a lot of neutral signatures coming out of Twilight unless he just gets a great read on Stevenator ground pounding, because that risk is not something that I would see Twilight really taking or fishing for here. He just doesn't seem like the type of player that would go for that.
Right, he generally likes to play a little bit more safe, or a little bit, I want to say optimally, going for those max range moves. Picks up the side sig right underneath, knows the hitboxing well enough to know that it's got enough verticality to pick up somebody who's in the air like Stevenator was. But I'd like to see Twilight actually kind of play sword. His sword has been absolutely dominant. We saw him almost take the stock off of Steve, make a little bit of a misread, whereas Steve and him were both fishing for a dare, and Steve got a little bit higher to pick up the dare. But if Twilight stays with the sword, I think he's going to have a lot stronger of a time against Steve.
I'd like to see him definitely play sword against Stevenator's sword. The next time Steve gets gauntlets, I wanna see him play sword for a little bit, just to kind of test the waters. I don't know how his sword is going to do specifically against gauntlets.
I mean, it's Twilight. He made a name for himself by kind of, I want to say, abusing the side area, abusing the max range so optimally, making it very difficult for opponents to kind of move around the stage. If he can do the exact same thing against the gauntlet play from Steve, I think Steve's going to have a real tough time, but Steve's been doing a great job getting underneath Twilight, getting on top of him so far.
And we're seeing sort of the same thing with Stevenator's gauntlets against Twilight's sword as it was with the Qatars as well. Stevenator is just kind of winning that matchup with the gauntlets. He's losing the sword matchup, but he is winning the gauntlet matchup. And you're seeing him clear the board, throw away that sword to pick up those gauntlets. That is 100% what he needs to do right now. He has been just staying on Twilight. He's been dodging in, around, above, below Twilight, and his approaches have been so strong, especially with those nairs. The nair into the dare, follow-up nair. He's been doing such a great job doing a lot of damage with those.
And he's kind of mixed up his approaches. We saw him, he went underneath with that side light into a whatever follow-up he decides to go with. We've seen him actually go for some downward weapon tosses and to pick up nairs. There's a weapon toss, wanted to follow up with some unarmed stuff. He's definitely been doing a great job mixing it up, making it very difficult for Twilight to recognize where he's going to be approaching from.
And you haven't really been seeing Steve do a lot of neutralite approaches with the gauntlets. I think that's just an issue of the range game. He would rather get around his opponent and do a down air, or he would rather use the side light for the range. In the strictly lateral game, we saw him doing more neutral lights earlier. We saw him doing the dare into the nair. I believe that's a true combo, if I'm not mistaken. What? And Stevenator, what just happened there?
I wasn't even really keeping track of Twilight's jumps, but I guess Twilight got caught. He got caught by a side air. I thought he had plenty of recovery options, but it seemed like he had burned a couple before he got caught by that side air. And unfortunately, getting hit only gives you one jump back, so he didn't have enough to get back to the stage. And Steve ends up closing out in game one. That was relatively close. Steve had some solid gauntlet play, but it seemed like, I don't know, I thought there was a little bit more potential for Twilight if he hadn't gotten caught by that side air.
Yeah, I watched it back on the stream replay. It's just kind of a wrong place, wrong time for Twilight. He had burned, I believe, 2 of his jumps. Then he went for a diagonal dodge up and then to the right. So that burned his dodge. And then there was a clash there that sent both of them flying opposite directions. And Twilight just happened to be at that perfect amount of health where it just sent him to where he couldn't get back to the platform. That's just incredibly unlucky for Twilight, incredibly fortunate for Stevenator. But it wasn't even just that won Stevenator the game. He has been playing so consistently with those gauntlets in the past month.
He's definitely been showing his gauntlet play. It's been absolutely exciting to see how well he's been able to push these gauntlets, how well he's been able to change up his approaches and get those big strings. The one thing, if I have to fault him on anything, it's that he's had a little bit of kill inefficiency on finishing stocks. I'd like to see him clean that up. The second he can clean that up, he's going to be almost indestructible.
I think some of those are just, he doesn't want to use signatures. He doesn't want to get punished from using those signatures. He'll take a little bit more time to get his kills so that he can play a little bit safer, and he won't let his opponent get the option to punish those signatures. We've seen maybe, I think we've seen less than 7 today, and we've already seen Stevenator twice.
I mean, we're starting to see him kind of pull out a little bit more. He goes for a side sig, and he recognizes that right afterwards, the 4-frame startup of the Gauntlet Neutralite is going to give him a little bit of safety. You see that kind of stuff with, you know, Katars. They'll do a move, and then they'll follow up. We'll see it with Hammer. They'll do a move, and then they'll follow up with a Neutralite. So Steve kind of taking a page out of that book, using the side sig a little bit more for positioning. But regardless, there's room for the signature game to grow, I think. But Twilight, we're seeing him, he switched to the Bode Bar. How do you think this Bode Bar has been doing? Because we haven't really talked about it at all, and it's already on his last stock.
Not very well so far. Daiku said it in chat that this is the sponsorship curse. Twilight being the newest sponsored player, maybe he feels a little bit of pressure on his shoulders to come out big for 3s up, especially going into BCX. This is the last North American 1v1. So this is his last chance to do it big for 3s up before the big show. And maybe Twilight, maybe he's feeling a little bit of pressure after last game. Maybe he wasn't expecting Stevenator's gauntlets to be this strong.
Do you think Twilight's the kind of player, like, I don't know a lot about Twilight's mentality. I know sometimes he likes to tilt, and usually the signature of Twilight being tilted is when he starts dropping the flags. Do you think that is there's a little bit of that mentality in Twilight? Do you think the pressure might have gotten to him a little bit?
I think it might be a little bit. We're seeing him not even attempt that hammer play, which has been getting better and better in the past few weeks. We saw him throw away the hammer for the sword. He is relying 100% on the sword right now. I guess he feels confident in that. As he's starting to get on the borderline of the red, he's making a reasonable comeback here. But Steve, the way Steve has been playing, there is a nice recovery. And Steve not having any trouble killing on that last stock.
Yeah, we didn't see the kill inefficiency this time. Steve, he was able to clean it up. He was able to. It's still recovery centric. It's still been a lot of downlight into speed dodge recovery or side light into recovery. But the fact that he didn't struggle to finish the stocks is just fantastic for Steve. He's had amazing gauntlet in play, and he is going to be continuing on, whereas 3s up Twilight is going to be going down to the lower bracket. He's going to have to fight it out, try to fight through the lower bracket and get to the grand finals. But before all that, we are going to be taking a quick break before we get into the winner semis. When we come back, we're going to be watching Pugsy and LDZ.
And we are back after that Stevenator game where he just get a hot, swift 2-0. But we will be moving on, and we have Pugsy XD against LDZ next. Arguably, kind of two of the top players in North America right now. Definitely in the top 5, both of them are.
They have been consistent, absolutely destructive monsters in their own right. LDZ, in every single tournament that he's played in, he's placed, what, top 3, top 8, especially in the BCS, except for the 2v2s. Those don't exist. Pugsy, in his own way, he's been a completely destructive machine. He took 2nd place in the US East Regional. You know, he's consistently placed incredibly high in NA as well. He's done pretty well in 2v2 as well with his partner Egg Soup. So they've both been absolute machines, and we are going to be seeing something that, once again, Pugsy's just playing. He's got a huge character pool, and every single time, despite the fact that I know that Pugsy can play almost anything, I'm always like, what, huh?
I'm mostly just surprised now to see Queen Nai. Just Queen Nai in general, not necessarily from Pugsy. We know Pugsy has a Queen Nai. We know that people have had success specifically against LDZ with Queen Nai. I'm looking at Boomy right now in the Ren 1v1 for Glory tournament where he just completely demolished LDZ, was able to get these incredible gimps with the movement on Katars. But we've seen Pugsy play Queen Nai before, and I always forget until Pugsy actually locks in the Queen Nai because nobody plays Queen Nai anymore.
It's such an interesting pick. Do you think there's a level of Pugsy kind of learning from Boomy's mistakes, and maybe he was like, maybe this Queen Nai, there's something to it, and I'm gonna bust it out and refine that Queen Nai against LDZ?
I think it's just an issue of Queen Nai has Spear and Queen Nai has Katars. Pugsy is very proficient with Spear and very proficient with Katars. We've seen both of them. I mean, it was Pugsy's Sentinel that almost beat Egg Soup in the US East Regional Qualifier. But also, I have to think Pugsy looking at 7 Force, that's stupid. That's insane. For dexterity, you're not going to really feel that as much of an issue with those Katars. 8 defense. If Pugsy can survive, like, that's all he needs. If he can do damage and he can survive, that's the game right there.
But the critical issue for Queen Nai has been that movement speed, something that Pugsy's really kind of shown to be less of an issue as of late with the new speed dodge, the chain dodges. It helps Pugsy get into position better. We saw him have a lot of consistency in the 2v2 scene with it, but it looks like he's able to bring it out in the 1v1 as well against LDZU, and they've been able to trade back and forth, which is something you never want to do against a Queen Nai. Queen Nai, like you were saying, with that stat line, it makes it very easy for her to trade out in her advantage.
LDZ is just starting to pull away a little bit, though. He was able to do send Pugsy off onto the edge and finish up with that weapon toss. We saw him do a lot of that recently in the last 1v1, is taking out those offstage weapon bonk on the head. That was such a solid and consistent finishing move for LDZ. He knows those angles at this point.
It's something that we've seen kind of happen very frequently, but something we haven't seen a whole lot was that downlight play. We saw that happen a little bit, but then he comes back, shows it off against Pugsy this time. Pugsy's someone who normally is okay with getting outside of it, but LDZ is just completely controlling it now.
Now, I talked to LDZ like last night about specifically who he was worried about going into BCS, and I was about to say, why are you not worried about Pugsy? Because he said he was worried about Multimum, he was worried about Boomy, and he was worried about Daiku. Apparently, he is just taking Pugsy apart. He is not even a little bit worried about this matchup, not worried about Pugsy's Katars or Spear.
I think Pugsy had something in mind here with the Queen Nai, something that he's been playing relatively frequently, but I want to see Pugsy switch characters. This Queen Nai, he's traded out okay, but the second that LDZ took one stock off, he took 2 more with it.
I don't even know specifically if the character switch is going to be what works for Pugsy. He kind of just has to do everything better. It wasn't just the movement speed where LDZ was out-rotating him. He was able to use his movement speed to get in and out of Queen Nai's hitboxes and hurtboxes. It was just, even the approaches, everything. When Pugsy was using the speed dodge to get in and cover with iframes, LDZ was just able to move and punish.
I mean, that's something that LDZ is just absolutely destructive with. Again, I mean, we saw it against Jellyfish. He was punishing so many of Jellyfish's moves, especially with that Taros. I think LDZ just knows how to punish some of these slower characters. This Queen Nai, it's kind of akin to Taros in the sense that it's a little bit defense and force focused, and LDZ just picks it apart whenever they're stuck in recovery.
From what I've seen today, just don't play low dex characters against LDZ. Just don't even do it. First of all, don't play against LDZ, period, because he's a very good player. If you have to, do not play a low dex character.
So going back to my point, what if Pugsy switched characters to a high dex character? What if he switched to, I don't know, maybe a Sentinel with a little bit more force, something that he's had a little bit more success with?
I mean, he's not really going to have any much of a force difference. Like, he's still going to have the 4 force with the Sentinel. I mean, he might be a little bit more proficient with Hammer just in terms of hours spent playing it, but it's going to be the exact same story on Katars, which if he can't approach with Queen Knife's Katars, I don't really see him approaching any better with Sentinel's Katars.
But should Pugsy be approaching at all? What if he just kind of slowed it down in his own right and tried to force LDZ into approaching?
That could be an option, but it seems like LDZ just, he is dominant in everything right now. You saw him approach right there with the side light. You saw him approach with the weapon toss. You're seeing him use these speed dodges to get in. When he approaches, he wins. When Pugsy approaches, LDZ wins. We're starting to see a little bit of a dynamic shift, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a very quick kill coming out of LDZ.
I mean, he just needs to pick up something simple. Pugsy, he's gonna try to stay above, make sure that LDZ can't get the obvious option of the downlight into a side air. Oh, but he is gonna jump off the platform, panicked a little bit. LDZ recognized that Pugsy wasn't gonna stay on the right wall or on the left wall. Sorry, when you're on the wall, you can't dodge. And you can't move, you can't throw weapons, so it was a little bit of a dangerous spot, but right there, that would have been the safest option because LDZ knew Pugsy was going to go off the wall.
Now you're seeing Pugsy do a little bit better at approaching. He's approaching above with those nairs, but LDZ is just keeping him on the wall, and where we used to see him use a lot of Sayers to bounce off the wall, to get a lot of those gimps with Sayers, we've seen the Sayer nerf, so he's using dares more than he used to.
I'm honestly, I'm surprised he didn't use dares more earlier on. Dare, it's got great hitboxing, and it's got potential to be followed up with the Sayers if they're able to avoid the dare. Dare, it's got more range, but it's got similar force vectors in the sense that it's got that gimp potential. I'm surprised he's waiting until now for it.
I think it's just that when you're playing at this level, the movement abilities that other players have are so strong, they're able to get around that sort of small and narrow hitbox. But LDZ just, that Queen Knight didn't work for Pugsy. That was an easy 2-0 for LDZ. The second game was a 2-stock against Pugsy. That's not what I expected coming out of that.
I 100% agree with you. I expected that to be a lot more of a closer matchup. I mean, like we were saying, Pugsy, he's been a monster. He's been consistently placing very high in tournaments, and to see LDZ kind of pick him apart like that was a little bit unsubstantiated.
It wasn't even this just amazing play coming out of LDZ. It seemed like more of a disconnect with Pugsy than anything else. The approaches were just, LDZ just covered them. He wasn't taking any gigantic risks. He wasn't doing any necessarily amazing, insane, like hot reads that we've never seen before. It was just LDZ playing bow the way you need to play bow, LDZ playing sword the way you need to play sword, and Pugsy unable to approach with Katars, unable to get the strings with Katars, unable to zone with the spear, unable to use the range that spear has. He wasn't able to do anything that he needs to do.
And just consistent play, it ends up working out fantastically for LDZ. He is going to be continuing on to await the winner of this next set. It's going to be Boomy versus Stevenator. It's going to be Steve. He's on the Val. He's got the gauntlets. What is Boomy going to play? Actual question, not like rhetorical question.
I mean, I think Boomy there's a quite possibility that Boomy will do anything at this point. I don't think we're gonna see any guns from him yet. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Ragnar that he's been playing so far, but he does have a handful of gun characters in the tank. We know he has his Diana. I don't think he plays Lucian very much anymore, but he used to play Lucian. He had we know he has strong Katars. We've seen his Queen Nai. We've seen his Ragnar. I think he's gonna go for a Katar character though.
You think a Qatar character? Well, I want to say Steve fought a Qatar character, and I can't think of who that was off the top of my head anymore. No, Twilight pulled out the Asuri against Steve. That's right. We saw it have some success. It was able to trade reasonably well, but I think the critical thing is punishing Steve's sword play. Not even just recognize how much of an absolute destructive machine Steve can be with those gauntlets, and just try to force him off the gauntlets and then force him onto the sword, where you can kind of pick him apart, where you have the opportunity to get the openings and trade out more efficiently.
In true Boomy fashion, and I guess in true Stevenator fashion, right now, I think they're talking about Hearthstone in the in-game chat.
It's World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft? Okay, I don't know what priest whatever. I don't even know what that means. I guess they're talking about World of Warcraft though. What is this conversation that they're having right now? You have a week until you can win thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, and Boomy and Stevenator are talking about World of Warcraft in-game chat.
To me, it's not about what they're talking about. It's the fact that they're in a tournament, they're about to fight each other, and they're just casually talking like they're just hanging out on their front porch sipping some Texas tea or what have you, and they're just chilling.
Both
talking
of them
about
live in Chicago. Why would they be sipping Texas tea?
Hey, it's sweet, all right. It's a nice beverage, but regardless, it looks like they have recognized it's time to go. It's gonna be Boomy. He's gonna be playing Hattori, no Katars, but he is gonna have that spear, and we've seen what the spear can do. We saw how successful Remy was with that spear. Do you think Boomy's gonna do something similar, kind of go for that spear Sair Dare centric style play, or we're gonna see Boomy be Boomy and just go ham?
I think he's gonna play spacing. It's gonna be a complete spacing game against Stevenator. He's gonna look to space out those gauntlets, really eliminate those downlight approaches. I think if Stevenator goes for the sidelight approaches, Boomy is gonna do a downlight, or Stevenator is just gonna walk all over him.
Did Steve switch controllers with Twilight? That's something you only see Twilight ever do. Is a lot of Sairs, okay, Boomy's. I don't. Boomy seems like half asleep right now. This isn't consistent Boomy play. It's kind of goofy, maybe even tilted Boomy play, where he's not really going in. Now we're seeing him start to pick up pace, but there's a little bit of awkwardness here.
I mean, you wanted to see him force the Stevenator sword play, but if this stock is going to be anything like last stock, you don't want to do that. Apparently you don't want to force the gauntlet play as well. So you just force Stevenator into unarmed. Boomy is having some trouble here. I think this first game is just going to be a wash for him.
Oh, I think he's got to do his best to just kind of figure out what he can learn and take into game 2. He knows that. I agree. This game 1 is a little bit of a wash. It's kind of already written, notated for Stevenator, and it's going to be on Boomy to just shake it off, go into game 2 and game 3, and just control it.
And what is this goofy Hattori? I don't even understand Boomy's movement right now. You saw him go for the neutral signature that missed, into a downlight that missed, into a neutral signature that missed. Sometimes he'll just stand still and throw out a sword neutral light, and that will miss. And you just saw him on the edge there. All he did, he just jumped in place and then dodged upward. What is this movement coming out from Boomy? I don't even understand right now.
It's really wonky, but really good job from Stevenator to take advantage of it, to really abuse it. He recognized that Boomy was playing goofy, going for those just standing in place neutral lights, and he was just approaching on top of it, going for the speed dodge cancels and his own punishes. Recognized Boomy was just going straight vertical, so he waits out all of the options and then ground pounds for a kill. It's solid play from Steve, but just really goofy play from Boomy, and not the good goofy. This isn't Goofy Goober SpongeBob goofy. This is like, I don't know what you're doing goofy.
This is just, I mean, I hate to say it, it's just bad play coming out from Boomy. It's simple mistakes that you should not be making at this level. It's very readable approaches that you should just not be doing at this level. It's frankly, he's just not paying attention. And now that we've seen him switch to this Ragnar, this is a complete 180. He has momentum. He is chasing Steve. We've seen him hit that side signature, and he's poised to get a kill on Steve.
It seems like he's kind of woken up from his slumber. He's starting to recognize, okay, I'm on tournament stock. I might get knocked down to the lower bracket where I just knocked my good friend Remy down. So I've got to have a stronger showing here. And he's doing a good job. He had some solid damage. He's able to pick up a nice down sig onto Stevenator, recognizing that Steve was going to be coming up. I was half thinking that the down sig was going to get kind of goofy just because of the soft platform, but good play.
And we're seeing him really stick to those Katars. And you saw Steve try and, I guess, force himself onto the sword in the beginning. He was really focusing on the sword. He was staying with it, even though there were weapons for him to pick up on the stage. But it looks like now he realized that that wasn't really working. The first game was sort of a fluke. And after losing that first stock to Boomy's Katars, Stevenator is just going to completely stick to these gauntlets like he's been doing so far this tournament.
And he's starting to get that momentum. This is something that we see from his gauntlets all the time. He gets those strings. He gets the one opener, which leads into more follow-ups. And it's going to be interesting to see how Boomy can adjust to it, because it seems like so far not a lot of people have figured out an answer to this gauntlet play. And a nice gravity cancel side sig. He's changing up the way he uses the signature kit. He's not just going for the raw sigs on the platform. And I like that he's still growing in these sets.
You're seeing a lot more of them coming out, but it's specifically the side signature. That is usually what you see from Val players. You'll see a neutral signature thrown in, usually on the edge, sometimes as an edge guard tool. I think he was using it there to send Boomy through that soft platform if he was grounded.
Well, it seems like we are going back to a more neutral style. Boomy is going to be able to pick up a nice side air. That thing's got so much force. I'm surprised he's not sticking with the axe kit for the big force moves, but he was able to clean it up with a nice Qatar ground pound. Steve's going to be coming back. He's going to be looking for gauntlets. Doesn't need it for the kill, though.
I think he's just worried about Steve's punishes right now. He wants the better frames. He wants the ability to punish Steve quicker. He doesn't want to have to rely on that slow axe. He's going to get these big chunks, but he risks a lot more when he has been consistently putting out these Qatar strings, these multiple back-to-back nairs, these side airs, these down airs. And see, right there, you saw Steve beat his approach with frames. That gauntlet downlight came out so fast, came out in 11 frames. That was faster than Boomy was able to put out his hitbox.
Well, Boomy, he was making the approach, but he didn't get the cancel out. The cancel would have given him iframes, but he didn't do that. Instead, he was still in his dodge, and Steve had the active frames out before Boomy could get his hit, and Steve was then able to win it out. But it's fantastic gauntlet play from Stevenator. I cannot understate just how clean his gauntlet play has been.
And that's just been a continuation of what we saw in the last North American 2v2 that Stevenator and LDZ won. It's been consistent gauntlet play. It's been sword play every now and then when he needed it, but the gauntlet play has been so strong from him. Gauntlets are incredibly strong in the meta right now. They have great hitboxes, they have low recovery frames, and he's going to end up taking this game. After the first game that Boomy basically handed Steve, even when Boomy was focused, Stevenator was able to stay consistent. He was able to consistently punish. He was able to consistently hit signatures. He was able to consistently do damage. He was able to consistently hit kill moves onto Boomy. And this is looking like a very good day for Stevenator.
And I love that Steve didn't get hustled by the goofiness of game one. You know, there's an argument to be made that Boomy being goofy in game one might have relaxed Steve, maybe taken off a little bit of his edge and kind of made him sit back a little bit. But Steve 100% didn't sit back, recognized, hey, this is Boomy, I gotta go hard, and I gotta just play consistent with my gauntlet play. And that's 100% what happened. Fantastic play from Steve, and he is going to be continuing on to fight LDZ. But before we see that set, we're going to be going down to the lower bracket.
If we see Boomy anymore today in the lower bracket, I don't think he will be playing a Hattori throwaway game again. I would hope that so. Boomy would be paying attention 100% every single game. He specifically said to me that he believes he'll win today because LDZ is rusty. And from what we've seen from LDZ, LDZ is not rusty. From what we've seen from Stevenator so far, this is not going to be an easy day for Boomy. This is not going to be an easy day for anybody.
Absolutely not. LDZ is looking far from rusty. like I was saying, if this is LDZ Rusty, I am quaking in my boots to see what he brings out at BCX, because he's got a week to shake off all that rust. Stevenator is far from rusty. He's had a little bit of I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. He's had a little bit of trouble in the past couple weeks, but him teaming up with LDZ was kind of the thing that brought him back to earth, really boosted up his confidence. And we've seen they won in the 2v2 last week, or sorry, not last week, in the last NA 2v2, and now Steve is looking absolutely monstrous. There's still Pugsy in the bracket. He's been strong consistently. Boomy, he fought against Remy. He had some trouble, but it's just, there's a lot of very heavy hitters still in the bracket, and I don't think there's any opportunity for anyone to be saying that they have it in the bag just yet.
One heavy hitter, though, that's dropped out of today was Egg Soup. Egg Soup, coming in at 4th seed, was taken out in a 2-0 by none other than Noel. We've talked about the great strides the boys at Kingdom Esports have made in the 1v1 scene, in the 2v2 scene, and Noel getting a 2-0 onto Egg Soup. That's huge. That took him out of the tournament. That was in lower bracket.
That's something that I don't think a lot of people were expecting. Egg Soup, I mean, he's the US East regional qualifier winner. He's there's not much more to say besides the fact that Egg Soup is a fantastic player. He's had a little bit of life issues slowing him down, making it a little bit harder for him to practice, but he's still a fantastic player in his own right. And it's impressive to see Noel able to close it out against him. Noel, he's really looking strong as of late.
I told you in the beginning I wasn't going to be surprised if we saw some upsets today leading up to BCX. The pressure is really going to be coming on the closer we get, every single hour that passes, every single day that we get closer to BCX. And we've had some other upsets as well. We've had 19th seed STTP Wilson. I'm sure most of you know his name. I was just looking at that. He took out Jellyfish. 8th seed Jellyfish, who was looking so strong today.
I mean, that was definitely surprising, to say the least. Jellyfish, he's been an absolute monster. He's been such a good player, so consistent. Well, okay, consistent is far from the correct word to talk about when Jellyfish, but he's placed very well, and he's done a great job. But to see STTP Wilson, it shows just how close the skill gap is getting as we get closer to BCX. Wilson is a name that we haven't really talked about, but Wilson's looking real strong now.
Yeah, the last time I mentioned Wilson in terms of a tournament was because he played with Chugum in 2v2s, which is, if there are two people in the world that I do not want to play 2v2s against, one of them is Chugum and the other one is Wilson.
Well, we have potential to see Wilson. He is going to have to fight through Blood Diamond, and then the winner of that is going to be going on to fight Boomy. But before that, we have our lower bracket match. It is going to be Pugsy versus Twilight. We've talked about both these players, both absolute monsters. Pugsy's sticking with his Queen Nai, though, and Twilight has options. He can play the Yasuri, he can play the Bodvar, he might play something else, but why Queen Nai?
I'm a little bit confused. Are we seeing Pugsy versus Twilight? Oh, we are. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I just refreshed my bracket. I guess it didn't update, but yes, we are going to see Pugsy versus Twilight. This is, I don't know. I am not confident in this Queen Nai pick from Pugsy so far. I'd like to see him test the waters with that Sentinel pick, with those Sentinel hammer signatures that he can just throw out to melt away Twilight. I'm not confident in the spear play. I'm not necessarily unconfident in the Qatar play from Pugsy, but his Queen Nai's looked rough today.
I 100% agree. His Queen Nai, it's been hit and miss. It hasn't been the consistency that we usually see from Pugsy. But maybe there's something to be said. Like we were saying, BCX is just around the corner. It's literally a week away. Maybe Pugsy doesn't want to show his hand. Maybe he's just showing this Queen Nai, saying, oh, hey guys, I might play Queen Nai at BCX, and then completely turn the tables and bust out of racks or something? I don't know.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any guns from Pugsy. He hasn't played guns in a very, very long time. Last time was when he played the Lucian Dittos against Boomy, and I just kind of want to pretend that didn't happen. And in both of them going very hard, they are both going to fall to their death and just completely trade that out. It was looking like Twilight was just kind of running all over Pugsy, though. You saw Pugsy like back dodging, running away. He ended up having to go under the stage, and it looks like the high movement speed, the high dexterity from Twilight is just keeping Pugsy on the defensive the entire time.
But to that same regard, Twilight did overcommit on the right side. He was going aggressive, which is something that he likes to do. But he went a little bit too aggressive, and Pugsy was able to punish. He got the side air, which ended up finishing off the stock. Pugsy was dead to rights. But Twilight tried to double tap, but couldn't quite do it, and ended up losing the stock.
And now we're seeing almost a complete 180, a complete momentum shift. Now Pugsy was on the offensive, chasing Twilight into the sky. Twilight was having to use the high movement speed that Asuri has to get away. And now we've seen the complete opposite as Twilight is keeping Pugsy on his toes, but Pugsy getting that nice ground pound. And we're just seeing this game go completely back and forth right now, and that's what you come to know from Pugsy and Twilight is they have this control on their aggression, their control on when they play defensive. So you never really know whether they're going to be back dodging, whether they're going to be jumping, whether they're going to be attacking, whether it's going to be a chase dodge approach, what have you.
That was an interesting option though from Pugsy. He went for a speed dodge into the ground pound. That was a big commitment. He risked a lot, and if Twilight was able to avoid it, Pugsy would have just overcommitted and fallen to his death.
And that's the sort of Hail Marys you know from Pugsy. He will sometimes go for those really big plays. He will show aggression all the time in a lot of his play, just the standard aggression of going in, being aggressive on the stage, being aggressive above the stage. But you also see him going for those Hail Marys, like, I'm going to commit everything right here, and it's going to be a gigantic play, or I might fall to my death. But then you see him after that coming back, slowing down his play a little bit, and then changing it up. Then just when Twilight starts understanding that he's being aggressive, then he slows it down, then he punishes.
There's the constant pace changing from Pugsy, able to just mix it up and keep Twilight on his toes, and it's been one of the reasons why he's been able to put out so much damage. Twilight on the right side wasn't sure how Pugsy was going to be edge guarding him. It was a lot of spear there. Suddenly Pugsy's throwing out ground pounds, which we haven't really seen a whole lot of, ends up taking off the stock, and Pugsy was able to close it out despite a really strong start from Twilight.
And I was going to compliment Twilight's Qatar play today because he's really stepped it up. Of course, the video of I'm going to teach this kid how to play guitars was a complete joke, and his guitar play has really come a long way in the past few months. But he just went for like 2 back-to-back neutral light directly into recovery, and just that's not how you play guitars anymore. Most people know to dodge back from that. You will start the movement of that dodge. That is not a true combo anymore. Definitely not at all healths. Just back dodge away from that. That is a free punish.
But we're seeing him. He's just going for the raw recoveries now. Pugsy trying to float back down to earth. The movement speed for Queen 9 not really doing him any favors there, and it's given Twilight a lot of opportunities to build up a whole lot of damage. Sure, it's on Queen 9, but red health is red health.
Twilight is getting starting to be on the borderline. He gets that signature, still not gonna kill Queen Nai. You say red health is red health, but oh my gosh, Queen Nai is tough to kill. He finally follows up with that side air, and he's gonna stick with these guitars.
And I don't blame him. I want to say he's had a little bit stronger showing with his sword play, but he wants to show that he's also familiar with these guitars. He's also capable of getting those big strings, still sticking with that neutralite into the speed dodge recovery. But regardless, it's been pretty solid guitar play.
Now we're seeing him really slow it down. Back-to-back side lights. All right, Twilight playing guitars from probably 6 or 8 months ago. All right, if it works, got to bring it back. It's retro, it's vintage.
Oh, what? That was a big read from Pugsy to go for a gravity cancel side sig. Once again, that's a big risky play. It's a big commitment. If he gets caught, he doesn't have his dodge, and he's also stopping his movement. It worked out for him. He ends up cleaning up the stock after a couple more side sigs, but he's making a lot of risks that if Twilight can get the punishes, suddenly you're going to see Pugsy down 2 stocks behind him.
And he was doing those signatures with the spear. We haven't seen a lot of signatures so far from him at all. And usually when people start really throwing out those signatures, it's with the guitars. You see the guitar down sig, you see the guitar side sig over the edge, Or on Spear, you see a lot of the neutral sig, but we specifically haven't seen the Spear neutral sig. We've seen a lot of the side sig, and we've even seen a couple down signatures from him. So a little bit interesting choice of signature usage there coming out of Pugsy.
I also want to point out the signature usage is interesting, but so is the weapon usage. We haven't seen a lot of his guitars. It's predominantly been this spear play from Pugsy, and the second he's on guitars, he's dead. Even though Twilight overcommitted, that was 100% worth.
There's that Hail Mary. He got it earlier with that ground pound, but he wasn't able to get anything there. If he would have had the dodge, he might have been able to just scrape the corner to get his jumps back. And that's kind of what he needed at the moment there. He really did need that Hail Mary, but that's going to be tough because it's a tied set now, and if Twilight keeps playing like he is, he's playing very consistently, he's playing very strong with the guitars, and Pugsy is, quite frankly, having a lot of trouble here.
It's just, for what it's worth, it's just not what we're used to seeing out of Pugsy. We're used to seeing something with more momentum, more potential behind it, and it just really hasn't been showing. Was that a 0 to death?
No, it was not. There is just a little bit of color change on Twilight. I think he might have taken a weapon toss or something, but there was a little bit of color change on Twilight's health. But you talked about how this isn't what we're used to seeing from Pugsy. It's also what we're not used to seeing from Twilight. He's playing a lot quicker today. Sometimes he'll try to slow the game down, force the approach, then punish with a downlight side air, but he's been playing very, very quickly today, and I think it's been the movement speed from this Queen Nai that has really been keeping Pugsy behind. Twilight's just been able to run all over him.
And we're not seeing Pugsy make the adjustment for that movement speed. Usually the adjustment is, okay, now I'm going to speed dodge more. I'm going to try to speed dodge to keep in position, keep my pacing, but we haven't seen that. A lot of Pugsy has been off stage, and it's hard to build up the momentum for that required speed dodge when you're off stage.
And there's finally the guitar side signature from Pugsy to punish the signature from Twilight. That's what I want to see those signatures used for. I want to see them being those huge punishes against Twilight's signatures. The only problem is we haven't seen a lot of signatures coming out of Twilight, so it's not giving Pugsy those huge, huge punish opportunities.
I mean, Pugsy, he needs to build up momentum. He needs to get a big string, but every single time he starts to pick up that pacing, every time he starts to pick up that momentum, Twilight's right there underneath him, gets a big string, gets a big finisher. Twilight's just doing such a great job staying ahead of Pugsy, and it's not just in movement speed, it's just in mindset right now. Twilight is just in Pugsy's head.
And Twilight, just reading Pugsy a little bit, we saw him going for the neutral light into the recoveries earlier. We saw him just do one there, but right before that, we saw him go for the neutral light. Then he turned around, waited for the dodge to come out from Pugsy, and then hit the recovery. But Pugsy is just dead like that. Twilight's guitars. We always talk about Twilight's Sair. We've started to talk more about Twilight's hammer. Twilight's got a set of guitars.
He's really showing those guitars. We didn't see a whole lot of it in the Stevenator set, but we just saw it there. And that was almost 100% guitar play from Twilight to finish out that set, get those big strings. And that's something that you see a lot of guitar players do, is that it's a little bit of a read-heavy weapon. And so game 1 is all about figuring out your opponent's habits. Game 2, game 3, it's all about abusing those habits. And that's what happened there. Twilight just picked up the pace, picked up those guitars, and started running over Pugsy, especially in the edge guard. But we are going to be continuing on. It looks like Wilson was able to take down Blood Diamond and is going to be going up against Boomy.
We still don't really know what Boomy's going to be playing. Hopefully he won't be picking that Hattori first. I want to see him go straight into his Bodvar. We've already seen him do that today. I want to see him maybe play a Diana. Maybe this is finally the time when somebody's going to play well with Diana. Or he could just be going for the Ragnar mirror match. It looks like it's going to be the Bodvar, though.
I was definitely leaning towards the Ragnar pick. I think he's had a little bit more success with it during this tournament. But hey, I've never faulted him for the Bodvar. The Bodvar is a fantastic option, and we are going to be seeing that Bodvar go up against STP Wilson on the Ragnar. This is an interesting pick. I haven't really seen a whole lot of Wilson as of late. Last time, I think it was a Queen Nai. But it looks like now he's switching up. He's going to go into the Ragnar. Hey, it's got guitars. He's got some familiarity with it.
Yeah, he used to main Queen Eye a long time ago, back when he played extremely slow. And I think that's going to play to Boomy's advantages. He's going to be able to play that hammer very, very aggressively. He's going to be able to use those chase dodge approaches to stay on top of Wilson. But if Wilson can beat Boomy with the startup frames of Katars, maybe build a little bit of space, he is using those signatures really well right now.
He's hit 2, was going for a 3rd one. I like the use of that neutral sig. That's something you see a lot of Asuris kind of do. Ooh, he gets caught by the bear. But it's something you see a lot of Asuris do, is they throw out that neutral sig to kind of get that force vector. It's a great anti-air. It's got a great force vector, and it can lead into more. It can lead into a dare from the Katars or a Sair for the kill.
Now we're seeing Wilson slow down a lot more. We're seeing a lot of floaty axe play coming out of him, a lot of jumping, a lot of fast falling, using 2, 3 jumps sometimes before he initiates with the dare, with the turnaround Sair, and Boomy is just not falling for any of it right now.
I think Boomy is very aware of that kind of play style. Was able to get past, gets a nice, very low to the ground in there. But you see that the pacing kind of change. When SCB Wilson has a little bit of health, he's got those Katars, he's got speed and a little bit more aggression. The second he gets close to the red, he starts to slow it down, wants to extend his stock, and he didn't touch the platform. That was, for a second, I was very worried for him.
I clinched a little bit. It's okay to admit it if you clinched a little bit.
This is just a pause in the breathing, but Wilson is able to close out the stock. We're seeing a lot more signatures come out of Wilson with his Ragnar. We didn't see a whole lot of it when Boomy was playing the Ragnar, but Wilson seems a little bit more familiar with that signature kit. Likes to use that side sig when his opponent is out of range, and he likes to use that neutral sig, very akin to the Asuris.
We haven't seen him use the down signature a lot like we see a lot of Ragnar players do. They'll just kind of go up onto the edge and they'll throw it out. You see Daiku do that a lot. You've seen Boomy do it a little bit today. You see a lot of Ragnar players doing that today. But you've mostly seen Wilson just going for the neutral sig right on the edge for that force vector, maybe trying to cover the recovery high and not try and get the people who are just on the edge of the wall. But you just saw it. You just saw the down signature.
But like you're saying, it was really delayed. I'm surprised he didn't do it a little bit earlier when Boomy was kind of dancing around that corner. He kind of waited for Boomy to change up how he was going to go around that corner, and that's when he threw out the down sig, but Boomy was already in the dodge frames. But Wilson was able to clean it up. We're seeing the signature kit from Wilson. It's working out. He's able to clean out a lot of stocks, put out a lot of damage onto Boomy. He's going to get a nice side sig punishing this side sig from Boomy. It's just very paced play from Wilson is working out for him.
He's now sort of slowed down his Katar play a little bit closer to the speed of his axe play. He hasn't been as floaty though. He's been sitting in that kind of 1 to 2 jump height range, using his fast falls, using just the movement speed that Ragnar has, the movement of Katars themselves, just to kind of dip back and forth, stay out of Boomy's range, and then he'll aggress.
It's fantastic Katar play. That's something that you see a lot of Katar players is that periphery hitboxing is where you just stay just outside of it, wait for them to do something, and then you punish. But now he's switching to the axe, and are we going to see more of that floaty axe play, more of that kind of dare approach axe play?
I think we're going to see him being floaty as well, but he's probably going to go for the Sair. He's going to try and go to the other side, hit the Sair, but he's going to end up chasing Boomy into the air, and that's what you need to do with axe. If your opponent is staying grounded, use those aerial turnaround pivot Sairs, use those jump dares, but if your opponent goes into the air and they're in the red, go for that recovery. That is a very consistent kill move, has a great hitbox, has a little bit of a startup, but it has a great hitbox if you can get that going.
Boomy knows about the recovery. Boomy is someone who's been very consistent with those axe recoveries. We saw his Ragnar when he was playing that hit a whole lot of recoveries. It's surprised to say that Boomy got caught by a recovery from STB Wilson, and he's going to be switching to a Lucian pick. This is an interesting pick. He's going to have guns and Katars. What do you think about this?
I'm honestly surprised that he's not doing the Ragnar mirror match, just as a disrespect to Wilson, because if I know anything about Boomy, I would expect him to be angry right now, and I would have thought that would have brought it into a Ragnar mirror match, but I think he's just going to want to space Wilson out, slow Wilson down. With that axe, Wilson was playing very aerially, so he's going to punish with a lot of nairs.
We actually haven't seen a lot of nairs though. It's been, oh, there's the nair starting to come out, but it's been dares. When STB Wilson tries to come down to ground, tries to get a dare onto Boomy, Boomy just immediately pops up, catches him with a dare. We're seeing the guns work out against Wilson, but now that Wilson's on the Katars, he's gonna have the iframe potential, but Boomy deletes it before he's got time to get that momentum.
I mean, Boomy also has the iframe potential. He's not going to have quite as much with the sidelight coming out in 11 frames, so he won't have iframe coverage the entire time. But Boomy, I've said it once, I'll say it again, Boomy has some of the strongest guns in the world, in North America for sure.
Well, you said he's got some of the strongest guns. You said he's got some of the strongest hammer. Why not a Cassidy pick?
He has a Cassidy in the tank. I honestly don't know why he hasn't really switched to it. I cannot answer that question for you. Cassidy has one of the strongest hammers, in my opinion, the strongest hammer in the game, especially because the way we've seen hammer played a lot, you don't necessarily need signatures to kill. You have kill options that aren't just signatures. So I would pick Cassidy. I think Cassidy's a great option.
Well, it seems like this Lucian pick is a great option as well. His gunplay, it's been predominantly gunplay. It's been a lot of fantastic gunplay that's built up so much damage that he just took down STB Wilson, gets the 3 stock in a minute and a half. What was that? 2 minutes and a half?
That was a huge 3 stock coming out. Wilson was only able to put out 173 damage. That was just starting to get Boomy into the red. That's not even necessarily really kill percent on a Lucian who has that high defense. And I think specifically picking Lucian over Cassidy, it might just be the movement speed. Like you saw him towards the end, he's using the speed dodges to get around. He'll use the speed dodge to one side, use it at an angle to get up onto the platform, and then you'll see him run and jump. He uses the movement of Lucian to his advantage, in addition to the speed dodges, in addition to jumps, in addition to everything in Lucian's kit.
It's gonna be it's been helping him though. It's been keeping him from being the kind of patient Lucian playstyle. You know, a lot of times they use that. They use a lot of that movement speed and defense to get the spacing they need for those guns. But instead, Boomy's using it to get aggressive, to get on top of Wilson and keep pressure on with that gun kit.
And speaking of the pressure, I mean, we saw him hit 1 gun recovery. We haven't seen, I think, hardly any hit aside from that, though. And Boomy, when I think of Boomy's guns, I think of he's one of those people who hits those surprise recovery kills when nobody else would attempt a recovery right there. Like, obviously, when they're up high, they burned all their dodges. You see people going for 1 recovery, and then they'll do the exhausted gun recovery where you just kind of hover in place. But you see Boomy will pick up people in gun recovery who are almost grounded, who are between 0 and 1 jump height up. It's those surprise recoveries that give him those really early and really consistent gun kills that other people don't just have.
I mean, gun recovery is just a fantastic kill option in general. It has a lot of vertical movement inherent to it, and the fact that Boomy is able to get those so consistently low, you saw him try to pick it up there, but he's been able to pick those up a lot of times, and he doesn't drop it, and that's one of the big things. Is sure, he can get the first couple kicks, but the fact that he can also get the finishing blow with it is also just working out awesomely.
The last couple that he's attempted and missed, he's hit when they're just a little bit too stacked. That was nerfed. I can't remember how long ago specifically, but that was directly to combat it picking up people who were grounded when you were stacked on him. And he's been just a little bit too stacked when he's been picking them up. But his gunplay, if I want to watch Effie play guns all day, I want to watch Boomy play guns all day. They are the 2 strongest gun players right now.
Well, it's not just that they're strong; it's that they're not like other gunplays. It's not the gunplay that we're used to seeing. Instead, Boomy takes guns and makes them Boomy style guns. We talked about how Boomy goes really aggressive. He's very explosive. He keeps that same mentality with his gun kit. He likes to keep that pressure going, knock his opponents around, fish for these SIGs in kind of interesting options, but he still knows that his opponent is moving towards it when he goes for it.
Wilson's doing a great job of keeping this game much more even, though. He's playing around the space that guns require, staying right on the edge, and then he's going in. He's been doing great work with the signatures today, doing them very, very safely, going for that big ground pound. If he's not careful, Boomy is probably going to be looking for a signature. He's looking for these gun recoveries. He didn't go for the second one, though, after that missed recovery.
They were both fishing for it. Wilson was trying to hit Boomy afterwards. I'm surprised he didn't hold that down sig. But they were both looking for those recoveries. Boomy is going to come back. We're going to see that Qatar kit for just a little bit while he throws up the side sig. But it's basically been the gunplay from Boomy, and Wilson needs to find an adjustment for it. I'd like to see a little bit more Qatars, a little bit more of the dodge-ins on top of Boomy, and punish the approaches from Boomy.
He is having to go Qatar, man-to-man, toe-to-toe with Boomy right now. And Boomy, we talk about his gunplay, but he has a really strong set of Qatars too. We've seen it from Ragnar. I mean, Lucian has it as well. There's a nice neutral signature from Wilson, though, covering the higher recovery option, getting that fantastic force.
And with that neutral sig, he's able to even it up. He's able to get back to a neutral game. Boomy does get the weapon spawn that he wants due to that 50-50, the alternating weapon spawns. But we're seeing Wilson stick with the Qatars, and I love this. The Qatars are able to get inside of the safe zone on those guns, and that's exactly where they want to be.
And he's been doing a great job staying in the gun dead zone, but he's also been doing a great job staying outside of them. And when Boomy thinks he's going to punish with like a dodge in, maybe a side light, a dodge in Nair, Wilson's been doing great work with that signature kit. He's been using the tremendous ground that the side signature can cover. He's been using the high coverage that the neutral signature has. He's just been doing a great job with all of those signatures.
Oh no!
Boomy! He's mad. He has to
Gimp!
be extremely mad right now. Dropping that set to STTP Wilson. If I was Wilson, I would be on cloud 9 right now.
That was fantastic, Wilson. That down sig, it wasn't a kill option. Well, it kind of was, but what it really was it was a bait. Boomy was playing on that wall, was waiting for the option, the room to come back up. Wilson throws out the down sig, forces Boomy to dodge, and the second Boomy's dodged, he has no more movements. He had burned too many jumps to get back up into position for that, and he just had nothing left. Ends up falling to his death. Just do a great bait from Wilson with that down sig.
Told you we were gonna see some upsets today. Honestly, I didn't think it was gonna be Wilson onto Boomy. That is a big win for Wilson. Very, very big win.
Wilson is looking so strong. He is storming through this lower bracket, and now he's going to be going up against Twilight. This is going to be the lower semis, I believe. And this is going to be Wilson versus Twilight, a best of 3 set. Wilson's looking so strong with this Ragnar. How can Twilight adjust to this?
I don't know. I mean, I think he has to play it quickly. He has to play it quickly and aggressively like Boomy was playing. He just has to not make that critical error at the end. But who would have thought, I don't mean to downplay Wilson because Wilson's my boy, but 19th seed taking out Boomy in 3rd seed, making it all the way to fight 2nd seed Twilight in the lower semifinals. I think Wilson's axe play is what Twilight needs to focus on punishing. Just trade out the Qatar neutral game, stay aggressive on that, force the axe play, and punish the axe play.
The thing is, Wilson hasn't had the strongest showing in BCSs. He really hasn't made big waves throughout the BCSs. Suddenly, he's here, he's with Ragnar, and he's potentially 3rd place finishing. It's not to downplay how fantastic a player he is. Obviously, he's a great rank monster to get the seeding that he's got, but he's still something that was a little bit unexpected as far as BCS placements go.
And we're still seeing him come out with those signatures. He just hit the side sig. He missed a down sig earlier. Didn't get punished for it. Went for the neutral sig. He got punished that time. And I think he's going to have to be a little bit more careful with those signatures, especially if he does end up being forced onto the axe. We haven't seen him do hardly anything with those axe signatures. Definitely not that axe down signature. I hope that he doesn't use that against Twilight, or that is just going to be free reign for a punish from Twilight.
I mean, Twilight's had some solid punishes. We saw just there, Wilson, he went for the down sig, couldn't quite connect with it, went for the neutral sig, couldn't quite connect with it, but it gave Twilight time to get past, get right behind him to connect with a side air and follow up with another side air. Wilson, he's still sticking with the sig style of play, and I think Twilight recognizes that, and he's going to start finding the punishes.
And there you're seeing him. He went for the neutral light, then he just walked forward, waited for the dodge, and then hit the recovery. That's the punish game coming out from Twilight.
And Twilight, he's still keeping that pressure on. It's not the over-aggressive pressure where you see a lot of move into chain dodge and a move into dodge and what have you. It's just been a hit, but stay present. Stay right next to your opponent and keep that just physical presence and pressure out on him.
And the pressure has allowed him to build up a nice lead. He's going to be very close to taking this stock off. Where's the side air? Oh, he went for it. I think he was just a little bit too far to the right. There's the downlight side air. It's from the left side of the platform, though. Not going to kill. Wilson has no dodge. There's the follow-up side air. He has side air on the sword. He has side air on the Katars. That is a great kill move that a lot of Qatar players really favor. A lot of times they'll bounce their opponent off the wall into the kill, but Twilight just electing for the straight normal side air killing off the right.
I mean, that's very much Twilight style of play. He does a lot of sword side airs, and it's going to be very similar with his Qatar play, where he just goes for the simple Qatar stairs straight towards the kill boxes, and it's just working out for him.
And this axe play from Wilson has been slim to none so far. He went back-to-back downlights when Twilight was grounded both times. Usually you'd use that to punish a dare approach and just beat it with priority, but Twilight really hasn't been going for that many dare approaches. It's mostly been the grounded approaches, the side lights, the chase dodge, and a neutral light. And then if Wilson's in the air, he goes for the recoveries, goes for the side airs, goes for the nairs. There's hardly been any dares.
And because of that, I think Wilson doesn't quite know how. Oh,
nice punish from Twilight,
punish.
Guaranteeing that kill.
Wins.
That was a confirmed edge guard from Twilight. He knew that he could go that hard. He had the stock up. He could afford to burn that stock to confirm the kill onto Wilson.
I can't blame him for the attempt in the sense that the side sig does have a lot of horizontal movement. He would have had more options afterwards, but Twilight was ready for it. He was right in position, was floating right towards the end of that side sig, and just clean kill from Twilight. Great punish from him, and Wilson's gonna be coming back. I'd like to see him kind of rein in the signatures, recognize that he needs to build up a little bit more damage before he starts throwing those out. But if he can do that, we might see another upset against Twilight.
I'd be a little bit, I'd be further surprised if we saw the upset against Twilight now. It looks like Twilight has become level-headed, and he beat Wilson's Katars in every sense of the word. He beat Wilson's axe in every sense of the word. That being said, he is having a little bit of trouble against against Wilson in the early stages of this game.
He hasn't been able to get the strings. Wilson's staying right on this corner where Twilight, if he gets on the stage, gets a string, it's gonna send Wilson off stage, but he hasn't been able to keep it going, whereas it's just been trading out better for Wilson. But we're seeing it start to even up. Twilight is going to be going back towards his sword play, something where he's got a little bit more room to work with. He's going to have a range advantage against those Katars. And the second he knows that, Wilson goes to the axe, and you said you didn't like that sig. You said don't do it.
Please, why would you just dodge straight into it? Wilson even gave you the BM thumbs up.
He tried to iframe it. Nice gravity against the side sig there. You're seeing him, he reins it back in. He's starting to use it more for the kill option than just for the mix-up and damage option, and it's working out. He does have the first stock lead onto Twilight. Twilight's going to come back. He's going to have the Katars. He's going to start going for SIGs of his own, but he's going to need a better positioning for that SIG.
And there he got it. He hit multiple of them. The first one hitting on sort of the left third of the platform wasn't enough to kill. The second one definitely was. Wilson's been a little bit more controlled with those signatures so far. You saw him go for the axe down sig. He then followed that up later with a Qatar side signature. So it's showing a little bit more control. Maybe use them when it's a guaranteed hit. Don't just throw them out. That's not going to work like it was starting to work against Boomy.
Well, he did kind of just throw out that down sig, and it did work. Just proof of concept. But Twilight, he's been able to put out a lot of damage. He's been able to get right on top of Wilson, keep that pressure right underneath Wilson, and Wilson, if Wilson's on axe, he has no answer to the Qatar play from Twilight.
And Twilight is carrying him to the edge, and Twilight will just stay on him. You'll see if Twilight misses the first thing, Wilson is just still tunnel visioning back. He's not willing to punish Twilight missing like his nair or his Sair. And so Twilight just stays stacked on Wilson, follows him back to the stage, and is able to punish there.
Wilson, he's got the Katars. He gets caught, but he's got it. I don't know. He's just got to change what he's doing. What change do you think he needs to make? Because right now I'm at a complete loss. Because Twiligh's just done such a great job with these Katars.
I am too. Twilight is just doing everything that Wilson is doing, but better. He's hitting the signatures more consistently. And oh, nice neutral signature from Wilson. There was one of the first dare approaches that we've seen from Twilight, and Wilson punishes with that neutral signature. There's another one. No, he needs to relax with those.
But where was this axe play earlier on? Suddenly, Wilson's actually hitting his axe moves. Suddenly, he's actually doing a whole lot of damage. Where was this?
It was seemingly non-existent, and even though he just hit multiple axe hits, even for the kill with that side air, he's still going back to these Katars. Maybe these are his damage weapons, and he wants to kill with axe, the traditional one weapon to do damage, one weapon to kill, Brawlhalla style of play that we saw months and months and months ago. But his slowing down of this Katar game, he's just unable to slow down Twilight, so it just ends up being Wilson slow.
He's gotta find better pacing then, because the slow play is not working. He's got to speed it up. The side sig is fast, but that's not exactly the same as speeding up. And if he goes a little too aggressive with those, Twilight's just done such a great job punishing them.
I know specifically Wilson wants to slow everything down. He specifically mentioned that he wants to go for guaranteed hits. He doesn't want to just like throw the nairs out in the air as an option in case Twilight ends up being stacked on him or anything like that. He really wants to go for these confirmed hits because he doesn't want to be caught in active frames where he can be punished. But that just hasn't been working. Everything he's thrown out, his DPS has been low, and when he's been missing, Twilight has been hitting him. So low DPS plus he's been getting punished. That's just really, really tough for Wilson. He's starting to bring it back in this final game, but he just has nothing to answer to Twilight with.
Didn't have the movement, recognizes it, ground pounds down. Twilight just very simple, very clean, very consistent play style on top of Wilson. Was able to trade out more efficiently, was able to just be a little bit ahead of Wilson throughout the entirety of that. And he is going to be the winner of that set. We are going to be continuing on. We're going to go back up to the winners finals. It's going to be Stevenator and LDZ. Steve, Gauntlet Monster, LDZ, Bow Monster. Which weapon is the bigger monster?
I'm gonna say Steve right now. I'm gonna say Steve's gauntlets are gonna be absolutely absurd against LDZ. He might have the answer with the bow. He might have the bow nairs if he can just halt the approach with the bow sares, maybe the bow dares, maybe stay elevated a lot, stay very, very floaty so he'd punish the sidelight approaches with the dare so he can hopefully eliminate the downlight spacing approaches. That's gonna be his way to win. But then even if he beats LDZ's bow, we've seen the insane strings, the insane reads that LDZ has had today with his sword as well.
LDZ, he's had some big strings with his bow, but that's not to discount the big Sare string that Stevenator got for a Gimp onto, I believe it was on Boomy. I think both of them have strong weapons. They both have strong swordplay. It's going to be on Steve to get those consistent approaches, and for LDZ to shake off the rust right now and figure out how Steve is dodging around him, how Steve is getting on top of him. But Steve's already starting off big.
And even though LDZ is unarmed, he gets a nice 3-hit string on Stevenator, putting out some pretty solid damage there. But he's starting to get into the orange. There's the gravity cancel downlight approach from Stevenator. He is trying to stay above him though, and he's doing work with that downlight, following up later on with the recovery. The downlight dare recoveries from LDZ.
That is so much fantastic damage for LDZ that he's able to put out a whole lot onto a Val, which is a pretty defensive character, pretty tanky. But Steve is going to be able to make it back safely. He's got plenty of movement to get above LDZ to finish off with that dare. And he's going back to the gauntlets. There's a weapon spawn for LDZ. But I want to see Steve with these gauntlets get on top of LDZ, get that big string, and finish off the string. We saw him try to go for his usual strings, but he hasn't been able to get the full hits.
And with those strings though, even though he's not getting any of the big hits so far yet, the downlight dare recovery, that's a hot 40 damage. That is a hot 40 damage that he just got back to back twice. A total of 80 damage real quick.
But that doesn't mean Steve can't do the exact same thing. They both have the swords. They both have potential for it. And Steve's going to change it up. He's going to go for a gravity cancel down sig. We're starting to see more sigs come out as Steve gets further on in the tournament. This time it doesn't work out for him though.
He needs to be really careful. If there's anything that we've said about LDZ today, it's that his punishes have been extremely on point.
And that's got to play into Steve's mindset. he knows that he needs those signatures. He knows that those signatures are so critical for him, for those finishers. But if he does it too much, if he does it in incorrect opportunities, LDZ is going to punish it in massive ways.
And we're seeing LDZ's second stock wind down. Stevenator needs to be careful. He's been in this position before, and he's been able to hold on to that last stock. Hopefully, that Val defense holding out for him. If he can stay off of the edge guard, because LDZ, he is so strong. He's really started using those dares more when he used to rely on stairs. But he's adapted to that hitbox change. It's not quite as strong anymore.
He's got to win out in the neutral, which is something that he's got potential for when he's got those gauntlets. But the second that he's gotten the sword, his neutral game seems to be a little bit less than stellar. And now he's got no movement. He knows it. He's going to fall to his death. And LDZ, very clean, very consistent. There's not a lot to say about LDZ besides that he is just an absolute Mr. Clean of players.
That was still a pretty even game, though. Stevenator was able to take LDZ into the orange on his last stock. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a similar stage coming out. He banned all of the goofy ones. We're going back to Mammoth. I think Stevenator just wants to keep it on normal, level, flat ground, so he has the standard approaches. He doesn't want anything goofy where he has to come in at angles where LDZ can punish with the dare, with the neutral light, anything like that. So we're back to Mammoth.
But LDZ, he's showing his proficiency with this unarmed play. Generally speaking, the first person to pick up the weapon has a little bit of an advantage, able to put out pressure. LDZ, having none of it, has put out more damage than Steve. Even though Steve just got a big string, they're even afterwards.
That ground pound would have almost spelled certain death for Stevenator, but LDZ...
Oh, he wanted the weapon toss, not able to get it over the corner. They end up trading fairly evenly. LDZ and Steve both just fractions of a second away from finishing off their opponents, but still not enough to finish off either. Steve, though, when he has the sword, he's had one shining moment with the sword. Afterwards, LDZ picks it apart.
He was sort of able to kill more consistently with the sword, though. Like the first game, you saw him get the dare to kill LDZ. He's having a little bit of trouble. He's mostly looking for kills off the top again. I think he was going for the downlight into the recovery again. He missed the recovery there.
You're seeing him go back to his old kill option, which is that side light into the recovery, the downlight into the speed light recovery. Might be mixing it up, going for some nairs, knows that LDZ is fairly damaged, and he's got a little bit more options to work with. But if Steve tunnel vision's too hard for that kill option, LDZ is going to be able to punish.
And he's been punishing so well. He's punished everybody so strong today, and I think that's where we've been seeing Stevenator realize that, and we haven't seen hardly any signatures. Have we seen any this game from him?
No.
And I think that's directly in response to the way LDZ has been punishing everybody, and specifically punishing his signatures last game.
But SIGs aren't the only punishable things. There's playstyle options that are going to leave him open. There's also just general move options. You saw him go for that ground pound. LDZ gets outside of it and is able to punish with a side air. There's more options to be punished. Sure, SIGs leave you in a little bit more precarious spots due to their higher recovery in general. But I think you could use the down SIG, which is a great ranged option, very hard to punish.
That was such a great string from LDZ. He started with the weapon toss, then landed, got the did a chase dodge or neutral light into a chase dodge, down light into a Sair. Fantastic string from LDZ.
But Steve answers back with a string of his own, gets some damage, but it's not enough to finish. And the edge guards from Steve they've been a little bit off. We saw him on the right side float around for a little bit, was looking for the ground pound. LDZ was able to knock him away. Just now we saw him looking for another ground pound onto LDZ. He's once again looking for ground pounds onto LDZ, but he's just getting the timing off.
I mean, you saw the first game he was able to, this game he was able to get the ground pound with his gauntlets. In the first game, he got the dare to kill with the sword, but then you saw him earlier, it was almost a guaranteed kill. LDZ had burned everything and was approaching extremely slowly back to touch the platform to refresh his jumps, and Steve just deer in the headlights paused when he had a free ground pound that would have killed. And it's things like that where Stevenator is just gonna lose.
A little bit of uncharacteristic faltering from Stevenator. LDZ has been so destructive for a very long time, and I had a lot of expectations for Steve. Steve is now gonna completely
he
throw
playing
those
core?
expectations out the window. He's gonna be going to the core. It's still got the gauntlets. It's still got potential. It's got a lot more defense than the Val. So there might be something in play here. He's also got a little bit better of a signature kit, some might say. He's got that potential for that side sig, which has surprisingly long range. And maybe that's exactly what Stevenator needs. When it comes to kill and efficiency, Core doesn't struggle as frequently.
2, 1, brawl.
He does have the gauntlet side stick. He also has true combos with his hammer signatures to combo into them. And maybe he's looking for the gigantic damage that the gauntlet down signature has. I mean, Steve used to have one of the best hammers in North America. I think that's changed a little bit just because he's been a little bit rusty with hammer now that he's dropped Bodvar for Val. I think that's now since switched to Boomy having the strongest hammer. But Steve had a very, very strong hammer back in the day. He was doing hammer work on Bodvar that nobody else was doing.
Well, I think you're discounting his hammer work right now. He's had some solid damage, some solid strings. That was almost 100% hammer work, and I like it. I like the fact that he recognizes, okay, my sword, it's really not been doing a whole lot. So I've got one opportunity here. This is a best of 5 set, and this is my last chance. So let's try something different. We'll try out the hammer. It's still got the gauntlets. Gauntlet play. That's the ground pound. That's what he's been looking for. He gets it. Steve, it just seems like this character adjustment has adjusted his mindset and is working out great.
That's the ground pound that he froze on earlier with Val. Maybe it's also the defense increase. The most of the second game, in the first game, he was kind of just like 80 damage behind LDZ. He was like 2 color changes or so behind LDZ. Maybe with this 7 defense, that's going to give him a little bit more. The one more than Val has is going to give him that little bit to stay back in this. I mean, he's getting the lead so far.
He does, in fact, have the lead. He's going to be picking up a hammer. Do you think the hammer might be a little bit more effective against the bow play? A lot of LDZ's damage and strings have been that bow. Is there something to be said about this hammer, or is it just purely stats and SIGs and mindset?
The way it was going first stock, I would say the hammer is what Stevenator needs to stick with. He was doing a lot better with it. Now,
no!
LDZ bumping his head. Stevenator getting exactly what he needs to stay in this. He was getting punished so hard while he was still in recovery for all of those hammer moves. LDZ was able to follow up off of his own moves, getting 2, sometimes as many as 3 hits before Steve was able to do anything. And here is the Gauntlet Fury.
Steve, that is fantastic for Stevenator, and the side sig is almost as fantastic. Not enough to finish off, but LDZ, he is in a whole lot of trouble. It looks like the side sig was enough. LDZ didn't have the jumps, but
who plays Core?
Shoutouts to Core.
Nobody plays Core. All of a sudden, Stevenator is just gonna pick up Core. All right.
Well, it's going to be on LDZ to make some sort of adjustment. In almost every situation, LDZ, it's a mental adjustment. LDZ really doesn't pick any other characters. It's almost always Koji. Unless it's 2v2 where he'll sometimes bring out the Roland. But it's going to be a mental adjustment. What position, what kind of mentality should he have against Stevenator's Core, aside from maybe don't fall to your death and run out of jumps?
Just do the same things that you were doing. Just do exactly what you were doing in game 1 and what you were doing most of game 2, because it was working up until he ended up getting that huge Z that I think, in my opinion, lost him that game. He was having such great follow-ups with the bow, with the sword. Steve's hammer was doing work, but the more you got into that game, the more LDZ was punishing it.
We're seeing once again, Steve, he's back on that hammer. LDZ, he's gotten a couple punishes. There's the momentum start to swing in his direction. But I'd like to see Steve pick it back up. Keep that momentum going. Go for a recovery here. No! LDZ is going to be able to get a solid ground pound onto Stevenator. Stevenator, he's going to have to pick up the gauntlets and finish off the stock.
And just keep the speed up against Core. He has that 4 movement speed. It's the movement of gauntlets is going to help him a little bit. Chase dodge, speed dodge is going to help him a little bit, but just stay on him. LDZ needs to stay on him the entire time. You saw it working with the sword, you saw it working with the bow, and that's just what he needs to keep doing.
You see what Steve's doing after the offstage nair? He's going for a weapon toss. Like 9 times out of 10, he'll go for the weapon toss after the offstage nair, which is really interesting. A lot of times the gauntlet players, they like to go for a ground pound, but Steve seems to, he wants to go for a weapon toss into an unarmed ground pound.
I think he's worried about LDZ's punishes. By throwing the weapon toss down, that puts a hitbox there that LDZ has to then react to. Either he can move out of the way, he can burn his dodge through it, or he can get hit by it. Steve can then follow up based on that. He doesn't have to go on a huge ground pound down that puts him into a terrible position where LDZ can then punish him like he has been doing so far. So that's a safe way to initiate from Stevenator.
Steve is going for so many interesting options. He just went high in the sky and went for a hammer recovery. That sends his opponent down back towards the stage. I'm surprised he didn't go for a Nair. Nair's got a fantastic hitbox, and it's got pretty reasonable startup. But it seems like Steve just wants to go for different options, which are going to make it a lot harder for LDZ to adjust and punish.
It could have just been frames. I mean, Hammer Nair comes out in 17, Hammer Recovery comes out in 10, so it's close to half. Maybe he was just going for the priority there in terms of hitboxes coming out faster. Maybe if he ended up bouncing LDZ off the stage, he could pick it up with a Dare and get the kill off the top.
I mean, it wasn't the worst decision in the world. It ended up building up enough damage that he's able to clean it up with a nice down light Dare. But it's definitely interesting, something that I don't think LDZ was expecting.
And now we're seeing again, Stevenator is roughly like 80 damage or so, now getting into 100 damage behind LDZ. Will that one more tick into defense keep Stevenator alive long enough for him to do damage? There's a nice weapon toss halting LDZ, but LDZ is juggling him, looking for a Nair. He hit the Nair and a neutral signature, and the core is not enough. Look how much damage difference between LDZ and Stevenator.
Solid play from LDZ. It's just been consistent. It's just been punishing Stevenator. I can't fault him. The hammer was better than his sword play for all intents and purposes. It was a stronger showing. He had a lot more potential there. But he's got to shake it off, and he's got to go into this set against Twilight, someone who we knocked into the lower bracket.
Going against this Twilight coming off of a 2-0 against Wilson, off of a 2-0 against Pugsy, off of a 2-0 against Remy. That is huge momentum in Twilight's favor. Meanwhile, going up against Stevenator, he did just lose to LDZ. Are we going to see him stick with the core that we saw earlier? Nope, he's immediately going back to Val.
I mean, Val is the thing that he used to beat down Twilight into the lower bracket. The Val, it's been something that's just worked out for him fantastically. The gauntlet play, the movement speed, it helps him put out a whole lot of pressure, but he's got to step up his kills and he's got to step up the sword.
I think he's going to have a better time seeing that he's not up against LDZ's bow. The follow-up options that LDZ had on bow, the way he was able to just completely zone out Stevenator, I don't think Twilight is going to have as much ease. I don't want to call it ease because those games were still reasonably even against LDZ. I don't think it's going to be quite as easy for Twilight.
Well, we're going to find out here in just a little bit. It's going to be the lower finals. It's going to be a best of 5 set. There's going to be opportunities here on both sides to readjust. Twilight's done a great job of kind of changing how he plays against his opponents. We saw him really change up his play style against Wilson in particular. So it's going to be on Twilight to adjust to Stevenator, recognize how Steve likes to play his sword, recognize how Steve approaches with those gauntlets, and punish accordingly.
I want to see Steve go back to gauntlets. I want to see him stick to that, I would say 90-10, because Twilight has a very, very solid sword, one of the best swords in North America. Now he has very strong katars too. I just want to see Stevenator really, really stick to those gauntlets because Twilight is punishing his sword left and right.
And Steve finally gets back, is finally able to pick up those gauntlets that he's looking for. And he goes into a fishing play style, not something that we usually see from Steve. Steve, usually it's a lot of movement around. He doesn't like to do a lot of the exact same side light. But hey, he's able to pick up the side light into the Nair, into a ground pound for the finisher onto Twilight. It's just barely enough, but he is in the red. He's got to be careful about this sword play from Twilight.
As long as he can maintain stage control, stay in the middle of the stage, it's not going to be a single downlight Sair that's going to kill him. You saw him recover a little bit low there, worried about the rising Sair coming up from Twilight. You're seeing him stay right below Twilight. I like that because you know what Twilight's going to do. If you're approaching him, you know he's going to go for that Sair.
Well, he does indeed favor the Sair, but the one time he decided to favor the Dare, it ended up working out in Steve's favor because they both went for a Dare. Steve was just a little bit above him. Steve went for a real interesting option there. Gravity cancel, neutral sig, low to the ground. Was expecting Twilight to go too deep, go for a ground pound onto him. Didn't work out in his favor, and that's kind of the overcommitment there. It's the high risk, high reward kind of play.
You saw him fish for specifically that neutral sig. You've now seen it twice this game. You saw him go for the neutral sig on the sort of right corner of the platform when Twilight was in yellow. Even if he would have gotten that wouldn't have led to a kill at all. And then you just really saw him go for that Hail Mary there with that gravity cancel neutral sig. I'd like to see more side signature over the neutral sig.
I think side sig's a great kill option. Off stage though, I think neutral sig, it has potential to set up into more. It's kind of akin to the Asuri neutral sig, not as much force, a little bit less of a kill option, but it can lead into more dares, more ground pounds from the gauntlets.
Now you're seeing actually ground pounds coming out from Twilight. Now you're seeing that dare come in, that offstage dare. You don't see a lot of those dares on Twilight on stage. You see him going for those side lights. He goes for those just straight falling down nairs. But off stage, you see him really going for those dares, coming in right at that angle, looking to maybe follow up with a Sair right after that.
It's just, that's very consistent guitar play. Ooh, Steve, again, that's the second death he's had where he kind of made a big commitment. He went for a speed dodge nair at the bottom of the platform where he could have just gone for the wall touch, then turned around, gone for more. But I think if Steve can kind of rein that back in, it's very similar to how we used to say Jellyfish kind of overcommits, goes for a big play, and it ends up not working out in his favor sometimes. Very similarly, Steve's gone for a lot of big plays off stage, and if he just plays the neutral out, I think he's going to have a lot stronger of a time.
I 100% agree with you there. He's having a little bit of trouble just hitting Twilight, but also Twilight's having trouble hitting Stevenator. Not a lot of damage coming out in the past 15, 20, almost 25 seconds. Finally, Stevenator's going to find that Sair. He is still hanging in this game, just right on the border of yellow to orange. He's in reasonably low damage right now, and he has Twilight at the weapon disadvantage. Gauntlets into unarmed. Twilight doing a great job not tunnel visioning right for that weapon, though.
Oh yeah, he was very patient, waited for Steve to be caught in the active frames of that neutral light to take his time to move over. He didn't just speed dodge straight for it, something that I think a lot of people like to do. Is he just waited for Steve to do something, and then he went over and picked it up, and he took full advantage of the guitar pickup to build up so much damage onto Steve.
We're seeing Twilight really start to run away with this, though. He has Steve on the edge. He's careful going in on Steve, though. He's worried about the nair into ground pound. Yep. He might even be worried about the gravity cancel neutral sig, but staying high and getting that Sair kill. Twilight is going to go up 1 on Steve, almost putting out 300 more damage than Steve was able to put out.
That was just solid guitar play from Twilight. I was not expecting Twilight to be playing this much guitars at the start of the tournament, but his guitars have really been showing, and they've been absolutely fantastic. And it's very similar to his swordplay. We talked about it. It's the Sairs from his guitars that are just so consistent, so clean. Max range Sairs on his guitars, max range Sair on the swords. It's very much a Twilight style of guitar.
It's also been multiple nairs in the air above the stage. I'd like to see Stevenator, once he gets hit by the first nair, try to attempt to punish the second one before trying to maybe dodge away or fast fall down or get out of the way. Just try and punish the nair, because Twilight has been consistently going for multiple nairs, one right after the other. Nair to nair is not true.
You sure?
If you've been watching my ranked games, it seems like it's true.
But regardless, Twilight, he's still going for those nairs. That's kind of been his main approach. It's like you were saying earlier, he doesn't go for a lot of dare approaches. It's predominantly been those nair approaches. And it's on Steve to make the adjustment, recognize that he's going for a nair approach now, and try to spot dodge it and punish with a neutral light, which comes out faster than all the guitar moves. The gauntlet neutral light is 4 frames. Or just completely position outside of it where the neutral light can't connect.
Going again for a neutral sig that does not connect. Stevenator managing to stay in this, though. Twilight in the red here. Steve, he's had a little bit of trouble killing, so I don't know how much damage Twilight's going to be able to do. There's definitely the potential for a lot of damage. Steve's going to get the neutral light, but that's not going to lead to anything near a kill, and Twilight is just adding up that damage.
Is chopping up Stevenator. Stevenator, you're starting to see him look for those kills. You know he's looking for the side light into the recovery, the down light into the recovery. The neutral light, it has reasonable force, but it's going to require a lot more damage and a lot better positioning for it to finish off his opponent. Meanwhile, Twilight, just running on Steve, going for the big strings, going for those nair approaches into side lights, gets a neutral light into a down tick, things like that. Just more damage, and Steve is a full stock behind.
There's that nair. Steve is unable to grab that sword after it bounces off of Twilight. He's able to pick up those gauntlets, though.
What?
Great spacing from Stevenator. I don't know if I would have gone with that punish, though. I would have gone with the side signature.
I was 100% expecting a side sig to come out from Stevenator. I guess that just kind of shows how Steve thinks about kills, is that he really wants the side light into the recovery. That's not a true combo, though. Side sig, it's not a combo because it just kills.
Side sig, a true combo.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess that's just kind of Steve's thought process when it comes to the kill options, is he wants the side light into the recovery. He wants to kill vertically.
Now getting on that sword, he's staying on it. There is a weapon on the table. He could switch to the gauntlets. Looks like he's staying with it, though. Maybe he's just more confident in his ability to kill with the gauntlets, or sorry, with the sword, than he is with the gauntlets. We're seeing him go for the side lights, or down light. He's not really following up strongly with the side air, though. He's not really trying to get nairs off the top. So it seems like just a strange disconnect between the way he wants to kill with gauntlets and the way he wants to kill with sword.
I think it's just he's used to the old school style of sword kills. Downlight side air has just been a consistent kill option for swords for such an incredibly long time, but it seems like with gauntlets, his main kill option has been the recovery. It works out there. He gets the recovery underneath Twilight, but he took a whole lot of damage to get to that point.
Now we're seeing Twilight. He is looking to kill right now. He did go for that recovery. Not really a kill move yet, but you saw him go for multiple nairs. He's looking to kill Stevenator off the top. He's looking to bounce into the follow-up nair. Bounce with the dare, follow up with the nair. He misses the nair. He's able to hit the side air, and Twilight halting whatever momentum that Stevenator had coming into this from all of the matches that he's played today.
Steve was the one who knocked Twilight down to the lower bracket, but Twilight seemed to have just gotten fired up by that. He is now storming through the lower bracket. He is now in the lowers finals against Stevenator, and he's up 2-0. There's one last chance for Steve. Core?
I'd say go with the core.
Why?
Because his Val just isn't working.
So it's something as simple as that. Why not Wushang?
Oh, I haven't really seen Wushang from him at all.
Steve specifically? Well, I mean, technically speaking, we hadn't seen core from Steve, but he had a reasonably strong showing with that core. We saw some solid hammer play.
I believe in Stevenator's hammer skills. I do not believe in Stevenator's spear skills that he would have with Wushang. I think he needs to go into the core, get a little bit more of that defense, get that hammer play in. You saw the core almost do some insane work against LDZ, but he's gonna stick with this Val. It hasn't worked so far. I would go for just switching it up at the last minute. Hope that the core is what you need, the hammer play is what you need.
But it seems like Stevenator, he wants to go out on his own terms, so to speak, and he's gonna be sticking with this Val. He's one game away from getting knocked out of the tournament and having Twilight go into the grand finals. He's got to make the adjustment. He's got to get the gauntlet strings that he had so much success with earlier on.
He was just forcing everyone that he's come up against so far into these edge guard situations where he's able to follow up with these nairs, with these ground pounds, and just completely dominate on the edge. He hasn't been able to do that against Twilight. Twilight has just been dodging out of almost every single one of Stevenator's strings. He hasn't been able to hardly get any momentum in his fashion, and he's just been kind of going back and forth, just working on his approach, and he hasn't been able to get any steps beyond the approach.
And Twilight's doing such a great job. Once again, the guitar play, the periphery play style goes right outside Steve's approaches, and then he gets in with a big string, and he just gets so much out of those strings that he ends up building a whole big damage lead onto Stevenator. Now, he's looking for this air. You know it. I know it. But he's going to go for a ground pound instead.
There's a downlight side air. Classic Twilight. He's going to switch to the guitars. Where's the nair? Oh, he was going to go for a ground pound. We haven't hardly seen any ground pounds coming out from Twilight so far today. I figured he would just go deep, try to hit that nair.
A little bit of a playstyle mix-up from Twilight. Maybe he recognizes that almost everybody else recognizes he likes those Sayers, and so how do you avoid a Sair? Don't be horizontal, and he's going for a little bit more vertical playstyle with those ground pounds and the potential recoveries and dares.
Twilight just hit a neutral light. Into a neutral light. Directly into a recovery. Who is letting him hit these neutral lights into recoveries? Who is doing that?
Oh, well, he is fighting against Stevenator right now, so I have to assume that's the person to answer your question. But Twilight, he gets a down light once the recovery follow-up. He's just gotten so much out of these Katars. Do you think there's a level of Steve tilting? I know we've talked about Steve. He is a little bit of an emotional player. Do you think that is happening right now?
I don't think he's necessarily tilted. I think it's just Twilight is beating him. Because this is pretty consistent with what we've seen in the Twilight versus Stevenator matchup. This is pretty consistent from what we saw the first game, the second game. I don't think Steve is tilted at this point. I think Twilight is just outplaying him.
Well, Steve's gotta find more in the tank. He's gotta start mixing up his playstyle. We haven't been seeing the fantastic approaches from Stevenator. Twilight just seems to have downloaded the approach options of Stevenator, and every single time Steve tries to make an approach, Twilight gets more. Twilight, great patience, recognized that Stevenator was gonna spot dodge, waited for it, and then came back up to swing for more.
Now we're seeing some more of those dare approaches from Twilight that we really haven't seen earlier, though. We've seen Stevenator try and step back, maybe back dodge, hit the neutral light. Now we're seeing, oh, and just Twilight is right there with the dodge button every single time.
He is just hot on the heels of Stevenator. You can see Stevenator, he's trying to get a little bit of room. He gets the cider, and then immediately he's going back towards the stage. He wants a little bit more stage presence because it's going to keep him the farthest away from the kill boxes. But Twilight doesn't want to let him have that in. She doesn't want to let him have that positioning.
And now Twilight is on tournament point right now against Stevenator, looking to send Stevenator packing, send him home. Where is the side air? There is the side air follow-up. It was a side air, not a nair. That's what he's been going for when it's really, really deep on that edge. The rest of the time he goes for the nair, but when it's deep on that edge, he goes for that side air for that force, and he is putting out over 320 damage, more than Stevenator is able to do. That is just insane sword play, insane Katar play, insane Asuri play from Twilight so far today.
Threes up Twilight. We were talking about how the sponsorship might have played a little bit too into his mentality, might have thrown him off of his game, but it seems like the wake-up call from Stevenator, sending him down to the lower bracket, was exactly what he needed. He has been absolutely destructive. I think can we bring up the bracket? What is he went 2-1 against Noel, 2-0 against Remy, 2-0 against Pugsy, 2-0 against Wilson, and I believe that was a 3-0 against Stevenator. Twilight is fired up, to say the least, and he is now going to be going up against LDZ. The big question is, will he keep that momentum? Will he 3-0, get the reset, and get another 3-0 against LDZ, the guy who has barely lost any games throughout this entire tournament?
I don't think he's going to be getting a 3-0 against LDZ. I would be very surprised if he was able to do that, but I mean, Twilight hasn't lost a game in 4 rounds, and one of those was a best of 5.
To counter your argument, though, LDZ lost 1 round throughout the entire tournament against Stevenator.
I think we have a very even game ahead of us. I don't think LDZ is playing at full capacity. He's been playing amazingly today. I wouldn't necessarily call him rusty, but I don't think... What is this?
That's an Asuri on LDZ? Okay, LDZ has almost only played Koji ever. He played Roland in 2v2 like 1 time. And now he's on Asuri against Twilight, who has shown how massive his Asuri can be. Is this a disrespect play? Is this to play into Twilight, maybe trying to tilt him out? Or is there something to be said about LDZ's Asuri that we just have not seen yet?
I mean, he does have the sword, but I specifically asked him, who are you going to play tomorrow? I do that to a lot of the top players every single week that they play NA or EU to wonder who they're playing for that given week. And literally all he said to me is, Koji. Not even, I'm going to play Koji, just Koji. Koji. He has been playing Koji for months now. No matter the downsig nerf on bow, the bow changes, but it looks like it doesn't matter because Twilight
Okay. He was able to trade out some damage back and forth, but Twilight, I think he took this as a disrespect, and you know what happens when Twilight feels disrespected. He just comes out swinging all the harder. He's had so much momentum storming through the lower bracket, and he's going to keep that momentum going. He's gotten the first stock off of LDZ, and he's looking to take a whole lot more.
Don't normally see this much BM coming out from LDZ. This disrespect mirror match coming out from LDZ in a public setting. I've heard him talk some business about some people. I mean, he BMs me all the time, but this is a little bit rare coming out of LDZ.
LDZ, this is an interesting pick. It's not working. It's not something that he's on his final stock and Twilight's 3 stocks up. They've been able to trade out a little bit, but it has been Twilight kind of in the driver's seat. He's had a reasonable amount of a health lead throughout this game 1.
And this is basically a repeat of the last North American 1v1 that we saw. It was LDZ and Twilight, and LDZ has what? Oh,
okay.
I had a spectator issue.
Oh, I thought you were just like very thrown off by Twilight getting that very simple, very clean kill. It was in there to finish off the stock of Twilight, but this string coming out from Twilight is getting a whole lot of damage on the LDZ. LDZ, I don't know what he was looking for with this Lasuri. It's such an interesting pick, and I'd like to see him just go back to the Koji, to be completely honest.
Keep in mind, this is game 1 of a possible 2 best-of-5, so he does have a little bit of room to play around. He does have a little bit of room to get in the head of Twilight. He has some experimentation time. I think that's what this is.
I guess no better time to experiment than the week before BCX. LTZ, he's looking to take off the final stock of Twilight. He is going to be fishing for the down 6, cleans it up. Great kill option, knows that Twilight's trying to stay around him, so he's going to throw out the very short range, very close to the chest signature. But he's so far behind in health that Twilight really just needs to come back, pick up his clean downlight side air, finish off with a side air kind of play style.
Nobody's touched each other in a hot 15 seconds until LDZ hit those double nairs. That dare almost killing LDZ. LDZ, there's the follow-up dare from Twilight, who was just waiting right above that edge guard zone. And I hope we see a character switch. Oh, okay, there it is. Woo! Okay, LDZ, he's back. He's paying attention now. This is where it starts.
But that will be a game going the way of 3s up Twilight. He is going to take game 1 over LDZ. I like that LDZ recognized it. He's going to go back to the Koji, but he still kind of gave away a game that he potentially shouldn't have had to if he had just gone with the Koji from the beginning.
And of course, that's gonna raise the morale of Twilight. I'm sure he's very happy right now. I'm sure he's saying some very mean things privately to himself about LDZ. And if you make Twilight feel good, if you raise Twilight's morale, you have a very dangerous Twilight to deal with, and that's why he hasn't been touched yet.
Well, he is gonna get caught by that ground pound, but like you were saying, so much momentum, so much morale, so much fire in the britches of Twilight. Twilight is coming out roaring, and he wants to take down LDZ, someone who, for a long time, we've said has been a dominant force in the NA meta.
And we saw him go for that side air. He was hoping to bounce Twilight off that wall. LDZ is in rough shape right now. He is, I think there might be one more slight color change in his health bar, but Twilight is feeling very strong right now. He is in a good spot. There have been no great follow-ups coming out from LDZ. He was able to drive Stevenator around the map with his bow. He is not able to do that with Twilight.
And we're not seeing the trades either. When LDZ was on the Asuri, at least he'd be able to kind of slap back against Twilight, throw out a Sarah at the end of the string. But with the sword, with the bow, he hasn't really been able to do so. And we're seeing Twilight, he gets the big string, and there's less of a rebuttal from LDZ.
He went for the Nair juggle, then he tried to follow up with the gravity cancel side sig. Twilight was able to perfectly dodge right through that. Twilight playing very, very strong today.
LDZ, though, is looking to take off a stock of Twilight. He's going to do so with that side air. And normally, what you expect from LDZ is that he wants to go off of the stage. He wants to go for that bow play off stage, go for those Sayers, dares, and ground pounds. But against Twilight, Is that even an option?
I honestly don't think it is. Off stage, he's been able to just command the situation. It's only been when Twilight is getting very, very low that LDZ is able to kill him. The Gimp game is almost non-existent for LDZ, and Twilight's able to just get that easy dare there. He's been killing with dares in that exact same spot on LDZ multiple times.
At this point, Twilight's winning out in the neutral. He's winning out off stage. What can LDZ do? He's got to make a playstyle change because he doesn't have a character change option.
He just has no answer for this periphery playstyle coming out from Twilight. He's been staying out of everything that LDZ is able to do on Sword. Then you see him enter in with a dare. You see him go in with a speed dodge to cover with iframes. You see him just go for that blatant signature right there. You saw him go for another one. LDZ picking up with the downlight. You see Twilight waiting. Nice clash there. Twilight has the option to go for something big right now. LDZ is getting into the red on his last stock. Meanwhile, Twilight still has 2 stocks to kind of play with right now.
LDZ, he needs that finisher. I'm surprised we haven't seen a whole lot of the Koji signature kit. We've seen him throw out a handful of down sigs in other games, but so far in this set against Twilight, it's been a couple of the side sigs, and Twilight's been able to avoid almost all of them.
I think it's in a direct response to we've seen a lot of dare approaches now coming out from Twilight, and LDZ when I guess he has the down signature on the bow, but that is a little bit more punishable right now. Maybe he hasn't picked up on the dare approaches quite yet, but when we've seen him throw the side signatures, he's missed. We haven't seen him throw any neutral signatures. It's been the punish game that he's worried about from Twilight. If Twilight is able to punish his light attacks, imagine what he can do to signatures.
To the question of who punishes the Punisher, apparently Twilight punishes LDZ. Someone who we've been saying throughout this entire tournament, he's done a great job punishing the signature kits of his opponents. Now LDZ is on the back foot, can't do what he's used to, which is punish those overcommitments from his opponents.
Twilight's dare game has been really, really strong today. I'm not used to seeing this many dares coming out from Twilight. He's not doing like the double, triple dare to death for an edge guard, but we're seeing a lot of a vertical game coming out from him when we're used to seeing a horizontal game.
And that's to his own fault. He hasn't been able to get the horizontal success that he's used to having, and that's just it's troublesome when you're recognize that you can't do what you're used to doing, so you're suddenly forced to try to figure something else out on the fly, and that's no good.
And I said that LDZ had a little bit of room to play with, a little bit of room to experiment, but all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Twilight is 2-0 on him in the first best of 5. If he does win this best of 5, it'll reset the bracket, and Twilight will have to win another best of 5. So there's still more than a handful of games down the road, but if I was LDZ, I'd be a little bit shaky in my boots right now. If I was Twilight, I'd be feeling pretty good, pretty confident right now.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember, I think it was a couple weeks back, LDZ was in a 1v1 tournament, and he was not looking up to scuff. You know, we were kind of like, what is this LDZ? What is happening here? He takes a break, takes a little bit of a breather. I believe he went to go eat a snack, and he came back and just stormed through everyone. Are we seeing something similar? Is LDZ just like, is he just hungry? Does he need a Snickers?
I don't think that's the case today. That was actually the last North American 1v1, and it was specifically against Twilight. I think that day, I wouldn't say LDZ is playing bad today. That day, LDZ was playing bad. Today, Twilight is just outplaying him. It's not an issue of LDZ playing poorly because he's hungry. It's an issue of Twilight is just beating him in every sense of the word. He's beating him in his approaches. He's beating him in the punishes. He's beating him in the trades. He's beating him in the edge guards. He's beating him in the air. He's beating him in the signatures. It's just Twilight is playing great today.
But LDZ, he hasn't been able to get those big strings either. To a degree, it's because Twilight's done a great job of avoiding it, of getting outside of it, but we haven't seen, you know, the downlight dare resets from LDZ. We haven't even really seen him go for a downlight dare recovery.
His DPS has just been very, very low today, shockingly low, especially because we've seen him do it earlier. We saw him do it against Stevenator's Val. We saw him do it against Stevenator's Core. We've seen him do it against other players today, and he just hasn't been able to get up any momentum on Twilight. Twilight has been able to halt everything that LDZ has coming. He's been able to just kind of run a train on all over LDZ, not give him any movement, any room to breathe.
So we are seeing LDZ, he's not necessarily slowed it down, but has been able to trade out a little bit more efficiency. We're not seeing Twilight get a big string and LDZ not be able to smack him back. Now we're seeing LDZ is the one who's smacking Twilight off stage, and the dare. That's been his new kill option with the bow, is rather than go for that side air, which got a little bit of a nerf bet, he's gonna go for the dares, and it works just as effectively for a kill option.
Now we're seeing Twilight, he's a little bit more scared of the offstage game. He's a little bit more scared of the edge guard. He's going to be able to pick up that kill and keep this game almost dead even.
But LDZ comes back. He's got the sword kit, and sword versus guitars, it used to be a little bit favored towards sword just because of that slight range advantage. Obviously, once again, the iframes have helped out the guitars in that matchup. But it seems like LDZ doesn't even want to have that matchup. He wants to play this bow game out against the guitars.
It's been his sword game that has just been read so hard by Twilight so far. Even his bow game, to a degree, he's finally starting to get those down signatures as a punishment to Twilight. Are we going to see another dare? He's still going with those side airs, but there's another down signature. Shades of Dobrain. He's not quite spamming it as much as Dobrain used to. But now we're seeing those down signatures come out, where we used to see more side signatures before that missed, or an occasional neutral signature that missed.
I think it's just a solid kill option, but great play from Twilight, great consistency. Once again, the side airs. I cannot overstress how much that Twilight has used those side airs so effectively, so efficiently, and he just floats right horizontally against his opponent to clean up another stock off of LDZ and keep himself even.
And in keeping even, he hasn't put himself in too many do-or-die situations. Whenever he hits LDZ really, really far off the screen and he knows it's a confirmed guaranteed kill, you don't see him going deep to try and double confirm it. He knows it's a kill, so he's not going to put himself into any option where LDZ can punish, turn around and get a Hail Mary kill, and keep it even.
And once again, in that mentality of not over-aggressing, not making a mistake, you saw him knock LDZ off the stage, and where a lot of Qatar players would have loved to just go straight down, go for ground pound, go for dares and stairs, Twilight just stays up top, wants to get LDZ back to a neutral or punish the recovery.
Great Nair Clash that might have just won him this game. He has LDZ below him. The second he switched, Twilight went for that recovery that has a ton of priority. LDZ is at the weapon disadvantage. Twilight has that sword.
But we're back at a hairy neutral. They're both deep in the red. They both went hit away, and Twilight gets the hit. He's going to get that Nair underneath LDZ. Recognize that LDZ was going to go high, and he catches him with a Nair from just below, and that is going to be a reset. Twilight gets another 3-0. He has not dropped a game since getting knocked into the lower bracket.
I said I didn't believe it was going to be a 3-0. I mean, I stand very corrected right now. And with that Nair kill off the top, that is just further showing that Twilight's playstyle, everybody talks about how he's kind of the same Twilight, the same old Twilight that we've seen for so long. He's been able to consistently kill with the downlight sayers, not really with the downlight sayers anymore because of DI. He has changed that, but his spacing just used to be so picture perfect, so precise, that he was just able to kill with side airs. He didn't need anything more than that. Now we're seeing really bring in that vertical game with the neutral airs killing off the top, with the dares killing out down below. And that shows how many kill options that Twilight has, and frankly, that is a very scary thing if you're up against him.
It's just, Twilight's one of those players who he gets in your head a little bit with those sayers. Once he's hit you with so many sayers, he's used it so consistently to take off stocks, you start trying to adjust, you start trying to go vertical, and now Twilight brings out the next shade, the next round of aerial sword attacks. It's just been absolutely destructive, and it's been the reason why he's been able to storm through everything. He's now in the grand finals. He is 3 games away from taking down LDZ, who hadn't lost more than 1 game in the entire upper bracket run.
75% of the games that LDZ have lost have been against Twilight now. and that is insane. Coming off the last time these two played together, both seemed kind of sloppy. Even after the break that LDZ had, he seemed reasonably sloppy against Twilight, but now both of them have kind of reined it in. We just saw a 3-0, but even so, all three of those games were kind of close.
Well, this one is no different. These are two very close to kill range of players. LDZ going more aggressive. We're starting to see him start to pick up that momentum. He's able to finish off the stock with that bow. And I think he's starting to gain that confidence that he needs to go off stage. In the past, Twilight has had a lot of success off stage, but now LDZ, he's having none of it. You're seeing him go for a lot of ground pounds off stage.
And that's kind of the way we saw him play a month ago when he was up against Twilight in this exact situation. He wasn't edge guarding at all. There were 0 edge guards coming out from him towards the beginning. And as time went on, as the bracket got reset, when the games progressed further, then we saw those edge guards coming out. Ooh. And maybe LDZ maybe he was hungry. I don't know. He didn't excuse himself for a 2-minute break this time, but he is possibly looking at a 3 stock right now. There is a string, one of the first strings that he's gotten on Twilight all day.
I mean, he's gotten a couple like mini strings where he'll get like a downlight into a Sair, but that's the first solid string of damage from that bow. He is looking at a 3 stock onto Twilight, which coming into this, I don't think anyone would have expected, given Twilight just 3-0'd LDZ, got the reset, and suddenly LDZ comes back, is fired up more than ever, and wants to take down Twilight without losing the entire stock, and he's done it. It's a 3 stock.
Hello?
Momentum has been stopped.
Twilight put out 184 damage. That wasn't even enough to kill LDZ. What is just drastic momentum shift, completely different than what we saw before.
This is a whole new LDZ. There is
3, 2, 1.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say LDZ was reading off a script, was playing to a storyline where he wanted to build more tension by letting Twilight get a reset. But Twilight has been playing so fantastically, and it's just LDZ somehow is more confident here after the reset. He's more aggressive. He's going for more pressure onto Twilight.
Now you see Twilight LDZ starting to dip onto that edge, then coming back up, cresting over the corner of that with that recovery. And he's actually the one staying outside of Twilight's range now.
It's just LDZ is now in the driver's seat. Twilight, he's got to regain his own confidence. He's going to be going in for the nice speed dodge neutral light. He's going to use that iframe to make sure that he can catch his opponent off guard. But LDZ, he's just been so monstrous. He's had so much control, and you're seeing right now he got a recovery, and he's speed dodging forward onto a nair onto Twilight. And I don't think Twilight was expecting this aggression after the reset.
This is a relatively even game, though. The other one started out in similar fashion. I'd say this one is much closer. Both players in the red. Twilight looking to chase. Oh. That is a bad clash for Twilight.
That is an unfortunate clash. And LDZ, I love the presence of mind that he got the wall touch right before going for that side air. It gave Twilight a little bit more room to get a side air of his own, but it also gave him the safety that if things went wrong, he'd get that extra jump. The extra jump, excuse me, plural.
Does need to be careful. LDZ's playing quite liberally with that dodge right now. Twilight's going to end up dipping down at sort of the mid-range of that wall.
that's the sign. It's on. Twilight is now full fired up mode. He has gone Super Saiyan, but he's got to make sure he doesn't self-destruct in this aggressive mode.
I'm just glad that he went for the salute taunt on stage instead of the flag taunt that he did last time. Gravity canceled on the edge that has so many active frames that it led to his death.
But LDZ, not going to be phased. He's going to stay consistent, stay with the Sairs. And that time it wasn't even a clash. He just hits the Sair. We're not even seeing the bow dares off stage. It's just old school LDZ Sairs.
Oh, Twilight didn't go for the recovery that time. Oh, God bless.
He's going to take the stock. He's going to clear the board this time. Here's his opportunity to give us a loot, but he's not going to go for it. Instead, we are completely even in health and damage. Twilight's got the Katars, and I'd like to see him kind of abuse the fact that LDZ has been more confident with his bow play than the sword play.
LDZ LDZ's able to get that bow almost immediately, though. Twilight not really worried about stripping the board. I think he's a little bit worried about disarming himself in the process. We haven't really seen as many dares from Twilight as we used to.
We also haven't seen a lot of his sword play. It's just been kind of stripped away against LDZ, so I can respect the fact that he wants to play this Katars. He wants to build up a little bit more damage onto LDZ before he starts thinking about the kill options with the sword. I love that speed dodge, the chain dodge into the sideline.
Oh, he's able to get back!
But he gets back up safely. LDZ not able to side air that time.
Now you see LDZ wanting to play off stage, dip onto the edge, crest over with that recovery, and the gravity canceled side signature. Is that the first one we've seen hit?
That's 100% what I was thinking. He hadn't gone for a side sig in that entire game. He hasn't gone for a side sig since the reset, but the second he does it, it was perfectly placed, perfectly timed to catch Twilight.
LDZ, whatever adjustment he made, whoever he talked to, maybe he talked to his life coach, maybe he did a little bit of meditation, a 30-second meditation, said his mantra, whatever it is, gotta beat Twilight, gotta beat Twilight. It's been working so far.
Is that your normal mantra?
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. That applies to everything, every single time I'm stressed out, I have to beat Twilight.
I mean, somebody's got to do it. So far, Stevenator was the one who knocked him into the lower bracket, but Twilight has been on fire ever since, and LDZ suddenly, he's stopped that momentum with a 3-stock, and he's gotten his own momentum. They start off so even every single game, though.
Right. Okay, LDZ getting a little bit confident with that other gravity cancel side. So you hit one, be happy with that. Don't get greedy. Now we're seeing those just standard bowstrings, though. The downlight into the nair.
We're seeing Twilight. He hasn't really made a connection on a hit for a reasonable amount of time now. LDZ, 2 weapon tosses will take down Twilight. And that's just great presence of mind to know that he can get one and follow up for a second one for the double tap. It's extended hitboxing. It's going to work out for him. Twilight comes back, and he's going to go for the neutral light recovery. And once again, Super Saiyan mode activated.
And now he's, no kidding, Super Saiyan mode as he just brings the unarmed pain onto Twilight, playing unarmed into Katars. And is that, oh my goodness!
Was that a 0 to death?
Completely untouched on that, and LDZ! He hits the downlight, what? Twilight didn't even DI out of it? Did he not expect it? And
oh,
how did LDZ survive that?
That is gonna be a swift 3-0 going the way of LDZ. He got reset on by Twilight, but he comes back fired up, gets a quick 3-stock, and then wins 2 more games afterwards. That is gonna be LDZ, the winner of the last NA 1v1. And is this a sign of things to come? BCX is next week.
Oh my goodness. Mamma mia! LDZ, after the swift 3-0 from Twilight, after Twilight's Katars looked so strong today, after Twilight's sword looked as strong as usual, I don't even, just the shift, the change that LDZ is able to make, the punishments that he's able to give out, the adaptations that he's able to do, he is definitely and has always been a front runner going into BCX. I think this just goes to show and solidifies that he is a force to be reckoned with.
This is going to solidify his place as one of the dominant forces of NA. He won the US West Regional. He just won another NA 1v1. He's going to be one of the strongest representatives of NA, but that doesn't mean there aren't plenty others behind him. Twilight gets second place in this tournament. He had an amazing showing with the Asuri, some fantastic guitar strings. He took down Stevenator, who got third place, and the gauntlet plays from Stevenator are something that should not be understated because those approaches were beautiful. And then STTP Wilson, someone who I don't think either you or myself were expecting to make it so far, comes out with this Ragnir and upsets the bracket to some degree.
There were more than a few upsets today. Crocky taking out Egg Soup. I wouldn't say it's the biggest upset in the world, but I would consider that an upset nonetheless. Wilson taking out Boomy. Wilson taking out Blood Diamond. Wilson taking out Jellyfish. Even Wilson taking out Logic. That's something worthy of note.
Oh yeah, there have been more than a handful of upsets, not specifically just Wilson. We also saw a lot of variation in character picks. We saw Pugsy playing that Queen Nye for a reasonable amount of time. We saw Boomy mix up his character pool. He had a Ragnar that he brought out at one point, or Lucian as well, I believe. So we saw a whole lot of different things, and it's going to be really interesting which of those things stick for this week to come as we go into BCX.
This next week is going to be very huge. The second everybody lands or steps out of their car or whatever mode of transportation, if you fly a hang glider into Atlanta, it is crunch time. From the second you get there, it is crunch time. You need to be practicing. You need to be scoping out your opponents. You need to be adapting. You need to be paying attention. You have to understand how it feels to play on land. Everything changes in Atlanta 1 week from today as pools start. From the beginning to the end, you have to be on.
And at the end of it all, one person is going to be named the champion of the Brawlhalla players. I don't know if there's actually a technical term for him, but he is going to be the winner of, there is going to be one winner of the 1v1 and a winning team in the 2v2 tournaments. They are going to be coming home with a big chunk of that $5,000 prize? 50,000?
I don't think it's $5,000.
It's $1 million. It's $50,000 and more. There's going to be BC extras. There's going to be side tournaments. There's going to be all sorts of stuff. There's going to be a money match, I've heard, and there's going to be a whole lot of salt and frustration and excitement and energy. It's going to be super exciting. And for those of you who cannot make it out to Atlanta, keep an eye on this channel because it's going to be streamed here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla.
Going to be a lot of fun. We have a lot of great stuff coming up for you in the next week. Then, it's going to be insane. Just don't ever step away from your computer. Keep the twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. Just keep it up. Keep it on a window to the side. Whenever you hear it, noise coming out of it, switch over to it because there's going to be a ton of news coming in the week, a ton of excitement, and the best play that you have ever seen in your entire lives.
It's definitely something that you do not want to be missing out if you are a big fan of Brawlhalla. But without further ado, this has been the NA 1v1. We want to give a huge shout out to all of the people behind the scenes. Shout outs to White Sheepy, Sloshala, Zenigan, Sticky Soul, Cassidy. I believe El Doco Loco's out, but I'm going to give a shout out anyways. Part of the Creed, the streamer for the day. I have been Duke Designated Asian, and with me is...
I'm Sparky878.
Did I miss anyone on the shout outs?
I don't know.
BMG, Twitch, all of you guys watching. Thank you guys for watching so much, and we are out.